Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the June meeting of the Fish and Wildlife Commission. I'd like to thank everyone for attendance, and at this time, I'd like to join us in the invocation and pledge. Commissioner Stan Butt will lead us. Thank you.
Stand, please, and remain standing for the pledge. Let's pray. Our God and Father in heaven, we thank Thee for the beautiful day that we have to enjoy. Father, for all the blessings that you showered down upon us. Father, we pray for the agency and for the responsibility that you placed in it to oversee and manage wildlife of our great state. Father, we pray for all our management, for all our officers who put themselves out in the public to assist in the benefit of the operation. Father, we pray for us as commissioners that we'll be wise in decisions and guidance. Father, we pray for all those who are gathered here this day that they express their views and be civil in all the things that we do. Father, especially now, we thank Thee for this great nation. We know that we have challenges ahead of us, and help us always to be diligent in considering one another. But above all, Father, help us to remember the great sacrifice that was made by your Son and our Savior. All this we ask and pray in His name. Amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Butt. We have a long list of visitors today, and for the sake of time, I'm not going to read those off, but we do welcome each and every one of you. We appreciate you coming, taking your time, and we appreciate your input. Ms. Danette, will you call the roll?
Chris Devaney.
Here.
Jimmy Granberry.
Here.
Monty Ballou.
Here.
Stan Butt.
Here.
Wally Childress.
Here.
Bill Cox.
Here.
Chip Saltzman.
Here.
Hank Wright.
Here.
Brad Box.
Here.
Rhonda Moody.
Here.
Kent Woods.
Here.
Greg Davenport.
Here.
Tommy Woods.
Here.
Chairman, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Danette. Commissioners, you should have a copy of last meeting's minutes in front of you. The chair will entertain a motion for approval.
So moved.
Do I have a second? Second. Minutes approved. Are there any announcements from, let's start with the executive director.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, members of the commission. I do have a few updates that I'd like to share with you. Commissioners, as you know, Memorial Day through Labor Day marks the busy season for folks out on the water and our boating law enforcement folks. Boating safety education and enforcement is always a priority for the agency during this time, especially as we start to see more BUIs on the water and unfortunately boating accidents. Last year, we had a total of 29 boating fatalities, and so far this year, we've already responded to 14 deaths. To call awareness to the dangers under the boating of the influence, TWRA is going to be participating in Operation Dry Water over the July 4th holiday weekend. During this time, what you'll see is increased patrols on the water. No warnings will be given for individuals found to be over the legal limit. Our officers, as you know, put in long hours. They put in long hours over the summer to keep people safe, and we're proud of the work that they do. And today, Don, if you'll put that up on the screen. Today, we're going to recognize one of our officers. It's going to be Officer Josh Landrum. Officer Landrum was recently honored as the 2021 and 2022 State BUI Enforcement Award winner at the Mothers Against Drunk Driving Awards Banquet. In 2021, Officer Landrum removed 13 impaired operators from the water and another 19 in 2022. Josh, thank you. Josh is a great example of the commitment and dedication of our officers, and we hope that you'll join us in congratulating him. If you will, let's give Josh a hand. Also before you, there's going to be a series of rules that our staff have spent countless hours preparing for your consideration today. Several of those rules are in response to feedback and concerns that we've heard from stakeholders who are passionate about wildlife and natural resources here in Tennessee. We're grateful for the individuals and partner agencies who've worked closely with us to help develop these proposals, ranging from how we sell timber to how we regulate captive wildlife and even how we register boats in the state. So as we look across the variety of rules being discussed today, we believe these changes are critical to the safety of human lives, the quality of our customer service, and the transparency that we want to have in our policies and procedures. Ultimately, they're going to allow us to better fulfill our mission of protecting and managing wildlife and fisheries and ensuring public safety. So we appreciate those stakeholders who've joined us today. They've come in person to make their voices heard. And commissioners, we look forward to your consideration and support of the rules that are going to be heard before you today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all.
Thank you, Director. Is there any other announcements? All right, so moving to our agenda, I would like to ask Chief of Wildlife and Forestry, Joe Benedict, to come to the podium.
Good morning, Commissioners. Looking at our IT folks here. That's it. Yeah. Excellent. Well, good morning, Commissioners. Good to see you all. Today we have before you some cleanup in the proclamation that references the wildlife management area hunting seasons. You'll recall that in March and April, we did a comprehensive review and provided some recommendations to you for hunting on our public areas. In the course of getting ready for the hunting guide to be produced, we found a few clerical errors, and we just wanted to bring those to you today. So really, these aren't substantive changes from the regulations you passed in April. They're just some cleanup that our general counsel recommended that we do. So I'll just run through these quickly. Catoosa Wildlife Management Area, we had some incorrect dates during the April turkey season. In fact, what happened was we had 2 hunts with the same date. So it was just a clerical error there. You'll see the correct dates listed here. The Milan Volunteer Training Site, we're excited about having this as a new property to be able to put quota hunters out there. Our partner requested that we allow adult hunters that have a turkey quota permit to bring a juvenile with them and allow that juvenile to harvest a turkey as well. So that was a clarification that they requested that we do. So again, the adult quota hunt person, permit holder rather, and the juvenile, if they bring with them, could both harvest a turkey there at Milan. The Sergeant Lee Russell Refuge, we wanted to clarify that this is closed during the late waterfowl season. We left that term out of there. And what this would do, making this clarification, would be to allow small game season before and after the late waterfowl season. So again, we wanted to make sure that those opportunities for small game hunters were indeed codified in the proclamation. And finally, we had some questions about the Wolf River WMA turkey quota permits. You all passed a regulation that allows for 25 quota permits per hunt, and there are 2 hunts per week. We want to clarify that they're valid in both units 1 and 2. So really, Wolf River 1 and 2, if you get a quota permit, you can hunt both of those areas together. So Commissioners, with those clerical changes, we recommend passage of Proclamation 2308, Wildlife Management Areas, Refuges, and Public Hunting Area Seasons and Bag Limits.
Thank you, Chief Benedict. Commissioners, you've heard the presentation. Are there any questions or discussion?
Chairman, one question. Is the late, when you decide late season, you're talking about any waterfowl season in November, December, or January?
That's correct. Yes, sir. Okay. So it excludes the teal season.
Or a comment.
Commissioner Cox?
You mentioned on Milan, I think, that a permittee could take a juvenile,
Correct.
but they don't both have to have a permit. Just that one permit would apply to both people. They
Correct.
could both take a turkey.
Correct.
It's a thought for y'all to consider next time we set seasons, that you might allow that everywhere there's a permit. Everywhere a turkey hunter draws a permit, if he wants to take a juvenile with him, that they could maybe harvest both 2 turkeys or just let the juvenile shoot one.
We can do that. Just a note. and I'm
Something
gonna-
to consider.
I'm going to look to Susie. Our turkey quota permits, our deer quota permits on WMAs allow for group applications. So for instance, when I want my son to go hunting with me, we apply as a group so we can each get a permit. So there's a way currently for you to bring a youth and they have their own tag or permit, if you will, already. So we'll consider that. Thank you.
Chairman, one other question. What on that, Joe, on the applying as a group, what age do you have to be to apply in that group permit as a youth?
6 years old. Is that right, Susie?
Oh, 6 years and up can apply in a group?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Chairman, motion to approve.
Wait, 1 second. Is there any comments from the public or questions?
I had one question quickly.
Oh, yeah. All right, go ahead, Stan.
Chief, it's any consideration been given in West Tennessee, Natchez Trace and Chickasaw areas for opening up for resident hunters during turkey season after the quota hunts?
I'm going to look to Patrick Lemons, our program manager.
I've had some inquiries lately about that.
I guess the first question, Patrick, is do the quota hunts at Natchez and Chickasaw encompass the whole turkey season?
They did not. There's some dates left there at the end of turkey season.
Okay, so is that answer that it's open after quota hunts?
No, it's only open for quota hunts.
Okay, so it'd be possible to consider opening those 2 areas for residents after the quota hunts?
At the commission's request, yes.
Okay, so if you would check into that, please, and get back with us on that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the commission? Any questions or comments from the public? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve. Jimmy, Commissioner Granberry, second. Commissioner Blue. All approve, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Proclamation amendment approved. Thank you, Chief Benedict. So moving on, I'd like to ask Assistant Chief Matt Clarey to come to the podium.
I'm gonna come with it.
Perfect. Great. Thank you, Jennifer.
Hi, so I'm Jennifer Wisniewski, and I'm the Director of Marketing and Special Projects. And this is the last time that I'm going to get to be in front of you. And I just wanted to take a second and thank all of you on the commission for giving me such wonderful opportunities over the last 5 years to do really cool stuff in Tennessee and increase the number of people that get to enjoy the outdoors. And I also wanted to introduce Matt, who's our new assistant chief on marketing in R3, which is retention, recruitment, and reactivation of hunters, anglers, boaters, and target shooters. And we wanted to talk about the property of Buffalo Ridge. So the R3 committee on the commission a couple of weeks ago, we had a meeting and they brought up a very good point that not every commissioner is up to speed on where we are with Buffalo Ridge. And this is a truly special property that we have been developing over the past few years into something that will be unlike anything that I know that exists in this side of the Mississippi River. It's got so many cool things that Matt's going to tell you about. And Don Hasse, who's standing back here in the shadows, is the guy responsible for developing all of this. And he has truly persevered over the last, 10 plus years to develop this property into such a special place. But I do want to let everybody know that we are by no means finished with some of the planning that we're doing. There are state processes that we have to go through that make things happen at a way slower pace than we would like them to happen. And I didn't see Jay here, but Jay can tell you more detail than we can about how long it actually takes for some of these things to get done. But we've got some great work on the ground, and just, you know, we're working on a business model for the ranges. We're working on a lot of things, the finished strategic plan for the property in and of itself. But, you know, as we're building the plane and flying it, we wanted to give you kind of update where we are. So Matt Clarey, if you want to come up and give an overview.
Thank you, Jennifer. I appreciate the introduction. If nobody knows me, my name is Matt Clarey, and I used to be the Hunter Education and Boating Safety Coordinator in Region 3 over in Crossville for about 20 years. So I've been in the agency quite a while, but I'm really excited about being able to help recruit people to get outdoors. I mean, that's pretty much what I've been doing already, but on a bigger scale and make some bigger impacts. So I appreciate that. We'll just do a quick overview of what Buffalo Ridge is and why we have it. Of course, we wanted it to be the premier outstanding wildlife education facility in Tennessee. It pretty much already is, but we're going to make it better every year. Our mission there is to educate people, bring them outdoors, show them how to hunt, show them how to fish, show them how to kayak possibly. You can do just about anything there at our facility. Shooting sports, of course, is also a very big part of that as well. Part of our strategic plan that we are finishing up really soon, just a couple more T's and a couple more I's to get taken care of. We want to, of course, create and improve more hunting opportunity. We want to explore using stakeholder groups, which we have been already, and we'll talk about that later. And then also create and improve more angling opportunities as well, and boating access. Our conservation programs there, we want all of our events that we have, we want to make sure that we have a message of conservation. That's the reason why it's there. That's the reason why we fund it. And that's why those programs are so essential to it. We want to make sure that we do the right programs, and we are working on more stuff for the next year to come. But we're definitely going to prioritize conservation education on every program that we do. Every time that we have a class or an event there, we're gonna actually talk to them about where their money goes to and where money comes from PR or Pittman Robinson. We're also going to explore the use of using partner organizations, obviously, to help with our goals. Obviously, we only have so many people on the ground, so much money to spread, and if we have more people out there to help us, why not? So that's what we're working on. If you've ever been to Buffalo Ridge, you know that we're highly.
Slides aren't advancing. Hey, Scott, I don't know what's happening. The slides aren't. They're advancing here, but they're not advancing there.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's where we should be. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I'm looking at my screen. Sorry. So shooting sports is we are highly into shooting sports on Buffalo Ridge. We definitely want to develop a high quality shooting sports experience out there. We're going to work on a business model this next year. It's one of my goals to have a good, solid business model. So that way we're actually bringing money into the facility and helping pay for some of the things that are going on out there. And then also we want to increase more shooting opportunities for those shooters. Just this past fiscal year, starting in July of 2022, we had right around 2,300 people come to Buffalo Ridge at events. 31 of those were external group events. I meant to put events in there, but there were 31 external group events and 30 internal group events that we had on the facility. External means not TWRA, not non-TWRA function, essentially is what that external means. We had 570 hunters and 960 people shot on a range that we have out there currently. One of our partners that we utilize quite a bit for those events is Outdoor Women of Nashville, or OWN. Great group of all women, obviously. I was going to say mainly women, but it's all women. They have about 12,000 followers on their Facebook page, and we're just getting more and more events with them every year. Some of the things that we've done with them are, of course, archery, rifles, wild edibles. That's actually going out and figuring out what you can and cannot eat in the woods. Intro to long range. That's anything over 500 yards. Pretty much is what that is. And then all sorts of other events that we're doing with them as well. One really cool story, just to show you how we follow, we recruit, retain, and then we keep them going. This lady, her name is Angela. She actually came to a muzzleloader workshop that we had, intro to muzzleloading, and never shot a firearm in her life. She shot that muzzleloader. I was actually at that class and helped teach that. And she actually won a muzzleloader at the end of the class. She got so excited about it. We told her about the BOW muzzleloader hunt that fall. She came and actually harvested the biggest deer during that hunt. So she's hooked. So that's one of the great stories that we have out there at Buffalo Ridge. And there's many more, but that's one of the best ones that we've seen in the last couple of years.
Hey y'all, this is Kate from Outdoor Women of Nashville. Thanks for.
Let me preface this. This is Kate Joyner. She's the founder of OWN. She sent a little video just to kind of thank everybody and tell them how happy she is to be with us. Hit too many buttons.
Hey y'all, this is Kate from Outdoor Women of Nashville. Thanks for letting me pop into your meeting. We just want to say thank you from all of us at OWN for the opportunity to come out and learn new skills at the Ridge. Everything from archery to muzzleloading, a little bit of everything in between. We've had the opportunity to teach women new skills in an environment that's clean, friendly, and safe. We get rave reviews about the facilities at the Ridge, especially about the bathrooms and how nice they are. Angela's story is not unique. We've heard many ladies that have come through terrified of firearms and end up continuing their journey to buying a handgun or participating in hunts going forward. We're so excited to continue this partnership to bring more ladies into the outdoors through facilities like the Ridge and through your support. Thank you guys, and we look forward to many more years to come.
Another little note about OWN. I did talk to Kate a couple weeks ago, and she said she had just hired a new lady for East Tennessee. So it's spreading. So she's going to actually be doing some of this out East Tennessee. I don't remember exactly where she's at in East, but it's past Knoxville, somewhere over that way. But I've been working with her to get her lined up with our agency folks, and also utilize some of our areas already for some of the same stuff we're doing at Buffalo Ridge. So that's exciting. Speaking of women in the outdoors, we had our BOW Become an Outdoors Woman event this year in early June. We had around 98 participants come to that event. And I think, if I'm right, Don, about 60 or 70% of those were brand new attendees to that event, which is great. But not only did we have more attendees that were new, we actually had a lot of employees that showed up that were brand new to BOW. So I know Fisheries brought a crew from East Tennessee, which was great to facilitate some of their programs. But then they're also, part of R3 is actually recruiting some of our own employees on staff to get those people involved in outdoors, not just doing it in their job, but actually outside of it. So I'm excited about that as well. If you've ever heard about Hero Hunts, it's a group that came together to help military and first responders, law enforcement that have been injured on duty or in service, had some bad times, obviously, with what they've done. And they bring them out to go hunting or fishing. And they've been coming to Buffalo Ridge, I think, since 2016. And it's just been a great group of people that come every time. This past year, we had about 80 hunters show up to 2 different hunts. And we love bringing them here. Joe Towers is the founder or CEO of Hero Hunts. And he sent us a nice little email explaining how happy he was and how thankful he was that they're able to use our facilities for their hunts. And there's just so many stories. This is Miss Lisa, I believe. This is Lisa. She was a Metro officer, I believe, and was injured on duty and was paralyzed. And she was able to come out and harvest her first deer. And just the camaraderie and the just being with other people like-minded is a great thing for these people and as well as us as well. So it's been a great experience with them. That last sentence of that paragraph there, we're saving lives together and making the world a better place. If you can't put a price tag on that. So I think it's a great thing what we're doing with them. So we'll give a quick update on the actual range side of Buffalo Ridge, I guess you could say, because that's really what we're focusing on right now. This is kind of what we're looking at, what it's going to look like when it's finished. The education building there, front and center. The fishing pond there to the right. We've got the 50-yard range just to the left, and then the 100-yard range is next to that. Archery is to the left. Can't really see it, but the archery range is to the left, and there's actually a 5 stand just past those ranges back in the back there. This is just another view of the back side of that building overlooking the pond. This is what the pond looks like as of now, as of about a week and a half ago. It does not have water in it. We understand that. We're actually working with the fisheries division to make sure that this pond is going to be a viable fishery. So that way we can utilize it for our fishing programs, obviously, come out there and actually catch a fish, hopefully, if they're successful. Of course, our heavy equipment crew and our heavy equipment crew doesn't know how to make fishing ponds. So our fisheries guys are going to make sure that they get with them and make that happen. So that's the main reason why we're waiting on that pond to get filled up with water. This is the archery range that I talked about, and then there's a turnaround that we had to put in there for ADA reasons. So our 50-yard range and the 100-yard range. They're not real pretty right now. They're just berms and grass pretty much, but eventually we'll have pavilions, benches, those types of things built there. This is the 5-stand I talked about on the very back side of those ranges. We actually utilized that during our BOW event a few weeks ago. And the 1 mile range, it doesn't look like a mile range because it is a mile range. You can't see it at the very end there, but there is about a 10-by-8 piece of steel at the very end of that mile. And you can't see it from where you're standing, but when you get behind a scope, a really good scope, you can shoot it that far. Pretty cool range. And then we do have a small 22 range. Can't see it from that picture we showed you earlier, but it is on the back side of the property. And we put that out there where the old long range used to be. And we also have a sporting clays range on the other side of that 22 range, actually back in the woods there. No good pictures of it. Obviously, you got to drive through to get to it, but it is usable as well right now. So I'm going to let Jennifer go through the timeline pretty much because she made this up, but I appreciate your time.
I wouldn't say made it up. It's been history in the making that Don Hasse is responsible for. We get to come and talk to you about it, but truly, this has been Don's pet project from the beginning, and without him, we wouldn't have any of this. So thank you, Don, for all of your work on Buffalo. And I mean, you've been taking thousands of people out in the woods for years and years and years, and I see how good you are at it, and I hope everybody else can appreciate how much passion you have for it and how much you care for every person that you take out there. So we don't know when that building is going to be built. It depends on stream, our state processes, and all of that. It's going out for bid next month. You have already approved the $5.6 million that is budgeted to build that building. You did that about a year ago, but again, state process is very slow. Again, we're still in the process of making a business plan. We can't open those ranges because of how they're situated until that building is finished, because the construction that will be going on there is not going to cause a safe environment for people to be able to drive by. So until that building is finished, we will use those ranges for events as we can. For these weekend events that we do, like Becoming Outdoors Woman or Hero Hunts or other, like we do S3DA, state shoots and that kind of thing. But beyond those specific events, we can't open the stuff to the public until that building is finished. So we're thinking it might be 2 years, maybe sooner. But in all honesty, as fast as I've seen state government processes move, that's where I feel very comfortable saying that it will be open. And again, we still have a business plan to come up with, and there's still lots of work to be done, but wanted to give you an update on just where we were now. And yeah, any questions? Back to the conceptual drawing. So the things that will happen here, there will be a rain shop. There'll be, you can park there. We can have events there. There's a huge multi-purpose room that we can do anything in, from classroom activities to you name it. So this building, I truly think this will be a flagship for the agency going forward. It's really exciting to have. All right. Well, if there's no questions, yeah, Monty.
One question. What events have we got going on this summer? I mean, in the next 2 or 3 weeks, do we know?
Don, you want to?
We're a little down, I guess, downtime. But
Yeah, actually, with the heat of the summer,
right.
We just, as Matt mentioned,
the 1st of June, we had over 100 ladies show up for that woman program. We follow it up with the state 3D archery tournament with probably 600-700 people the next weekend.
Wow.
So right now it's kind of catch your breath because starting in August, we're going to start on wing shooting clinics. Then we have dove hunts every weekend coming up in September. So it's always something.
And a lot of maintenance to do between now and then.
Correct. A lot of grass to mow, not to mention also, we're very blessed with the next, our second tech too that we got hired, and also another manager with a good wildlife background. So we're really fixing to ramp up our efforts on our food plots. Also, we've got 50 acres of sunflowers. We've got a field across the road, which is probably going to be another 50 acres. So we're going to, our dove hunts are going to expand exponentially, and we're excited. And also, I can't thank you all enough. I know it's been a long road, kind of slow at times, a little aggravating, but thank you for giving us this opportunity at Buffalo, and we're excited about the future.
Yes.
Were restroom facilities added down towards the end of the ranges in the plan?
Yes, sir. That's the problem too. Everything is tied together, the infrastructure, the underground utility, septic system, at the pistol pit, and then also the 100-yard range, there's restroom facilities to be compliant with the volume that we're thinking we're going to have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we're truly thinking that this can be a shooting sports mecca for the western half of the state.
That's great. Each time the commission meets there, it's a wow moment to see the work that goes on there and the progress that's being made each time. And that's thanks to you all and the staff and everyone that makes that happen. So I'll entertain comments from the commission. Anyone else? Commissioner Cox?
The plan looks great, Jennifer, and everybody involved. I think it's going to be a fabulous place. Do you have any, and I read the plan, but I didn't see where there were measurable for outreach, or can you measure the success
Yes.
of the R3
Absolutely.
in this effort? So you've got that.
If you know us these days, we're about evaluation.
Right.
It's the age of accountability and evaluation. So every single event that goes on out there will go into our event system. So we will know what the license purchase behavior of every single individual that attends any of those events are into the future.
Great. On another note, I would like to thank you for your work with the agency. If this is going to be your last meeting, R3 is super important, and thank you for your hard work. I think you can look back and see the results of your efforts. Thank you so much.
Glad to be here. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Yeah, I'll echo that, Jennifer. We'll miss your smile and your enthusiasm.
Thank you.
That's a fact for sure. And we appreciate your hard work, and the changes you've made here are very positive. Thank you all.
Thanks.
I'd like to ask Chief Ken Tarkington to come to the podium to present the financial report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In your iPads, I believe there's a 2-page print and several slides on the screen. I'll be reporting through the month of April. The Finance Administration has closed the books through that month. At the top of the page, or the next slide, first slide, the registration income on voting fund is still a little less than what we have projected at $806,000 through April. The expense of the budget to the total allotment for the year is 49%. Next slide on wildlife, the license income difference is approximately $3.5 million less than what was projected for the year. And the expense to total is approximately 56% of the allotment. The next slide, or at the bottom of the page on your iPads, the Wetlands Acquisition Fund has $20,400,000 balance in it. And the last slide, or the last page, the Treasury invested funds and and reserve balances are identified there. And the SPIF rate, or the short-term rate of interest that the reserve balance earns, is 4.7% for that particular month. Any questions or comments?
No questions or comments from the commission? All right, thank you for that update,
Thank you,
Chief
sir.
Tarkington. Okay, we'll move into rulemaking next, but before that, we're going to take a 10-minute break. So we'll see you guys back here in 10 minutes. So we're now moving into the rulemaking hearing section of our agenda today. I'm Commission Chair Tommy Woods, and I will serve as the presiding officer for the rulemaking hearing. The Tennessee Fish and Wildlife Commission will be considering amendments to 5 rules and will be considering 2 new rules. It is my understanding that these rules have been publicly noticed consistent with applicable law. They have been filed with the Secretary of State's office and have been available on public notice section of the agency's website. Agency staff have copies of the proposal and redline for anyone that would like a paper copy. The order of the proceedings will be as follows. Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency staff will present information relative to the proposed rule change or new rule. I will recognize the agency staff member accordingly. Commissioner members will then be permitted to ask questions or provide comment on the proposed rule. Once the commission members have had the opportunity to speak, members of the public will be permitted to provide comment on the rule before the commission. All parties should identify themselves before speaking. As chair, I reserve the right to limit comments and discussion, especially in the case of repetition. Members of the public will have 3 minutes for their comments. After an opportunity for public comment, the commission will vote via a roll call vote. With the order of proceedings established, I will now ask that Chief Joe Benedict come forward to present the rules.
Good morning again, Commissioners. The first rule that we have for you this morning is Rule 1660-01-14, Rules and Regulations for Refuges, Wildlife Management Areas, and Public Hunting Areas. This rule addresses issues regarding alcohol use, including in off-highway vehicle areas, such as North Cumberland WMA. This rule was brought to our attention from staff, from landowners adjacent to our wildlife management areas and other areas with safety concerns around altercations between users, a huge volume of litter on our public areas, and then really some serious accidents that involve serious bodily injury as well. We have heard from adjacent landowners, as I mentioned, 2 RWMAs that have similar concerns. This rule limits the use of alcohol on WMAs statewide to only be allowed in designated areas. And those designated areas there's 2 different sort of types. The first is designated campgrounds, which are listed in our hunting guide and on our website. And also another exception is public waters bordering or within a wildlife management area. I guess I'll read this once, Mr. Chairman, regarding public comment. You made this statement in your opening remarks as well. This rule was heard in concept by Deputy Director Ware, who presented this at the April Commission meeting. Since that time, the public's been able to make comments. The email address is up there. The email has been monitored, the email inbox, and we received 1 public comment in support of this from the District Attorney General for the 8th Judicial District. So Commissioners, with that overview, we recommend passage of Rule 1660-01-14, prohibiting the use of alcohol on statewide WMAs except in designated areas. And I'll entertain questions at the pleasure of the chair.
Members of the commission, are there any questions or comments relative to the rule amendment proposed by Chief Benedict? Commissioner Granberry.
Joe, can you expand on the waterways, what that means?
So Reelfoot WMA, for instance, includes the entirety of Reelfoot Lake. Kentucky Lake WMAs contain that water. So we worked with our law enforcement officers and our management area staff and our general counsel and our directors to make sure that we weren't being overly restrictive here. So if you the allowance for that is if you're boating or fishing on a WMA, if you're involved in an activity that does not involve hunting on those lakes adjacent to or contained within a WMA, you may possess and use alcohol. So there's a longstanding rule that says if you're hunting, you can't use alcohol. And so this allowance is for folks that aren't hunting to use alcohol in limited areas on our WMAs.
Basically bodies of water.
Correct.
Thank you. Any other comments from the commission? Hearing none, we'll move to public comment. Any comments from the public? Please come to the podium, state your name.
My name is Trey Walker, and I'm from Maryville, Tennessee. I kind of have a question. I honestly didn't know this was going to be on here today, but we have land in the middle of North Cumberland Wildlife Management Area, which I'm pretty sure you all toured a couple weeks ago. Is that what we're talking about today, is limiting alcohol in North Cumberland also? Like the OHV trying to take away alcohol from the four-wheelers and all those guys? Okay. So it is a huge problem. It's a huge problem. I'm a member of TWRA. I know Terry Lewis. So I'm going to speak to this because I have family and friends. I've personally been on those trails when 20 four-wheelers are on those trails, and my dad and I are trying to get through, and they're so drunk out of their mind that they're not going to they didn't let us through for 30 minutes. 30 minutes. I had to go talk sense to senseless drunk people. And it is a huge problem. I was out there a couple weeks ago before you all toured. I'm pretty sure a couple days before you all toured. I was picking up trash with my wife, my mom and dad, and my 2 kids on the trails to clean them up so that you all could come and see them. And I'm just wanting you all to know, before you toured, those were cleaned up. So they're a lot messier and littered than when you all saw them. So I'm for this, especially in North Cumberland Wildlife Management Area, because I have a neighbor up there who's lived up on that mountain for 60 years. And he has people coming up to his house in the middle of the night, 3 a.m., and he has to try to run them off, and he's got a family up there. So I'm for this. Let's pass it on through.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Walker. We appreciate you spending the time to come up here and speak. Any other comments, any follow-up from the commission or the public?
Yeah, he brought up.
Commissioner Cox?
I'd like to, I guess, ask the director. He brought up a point about access at night. And I've checked with Hatfield, McCoy, and West Virginia and some of these other states, and they don't allow riding after dark, after a certain time. And I wonder if, I hesitate to try to amend this rule because we hadn't discussed it, but that'd be something I'd like for you guys to think about, and staff, about limiting this overnighting on the area. I don't think that's conducive to good behavior.
Yes, sir. We'll get the North Cumberland staff to take a look at that and get back with you all.
Commissioner Saltman?
Who is responsible for litter cleanup and all those cleanup actions? Is it us? Is it them? It's terrible that he and his family are out there cleaning up after a bunch of drunks riding around on their ATVs. Who's responsible for the cleanup in the WMAs?
So for that particular area, we actually cooperate with the local county law enforcement, and they have a group that comes out and picks that up. There's volunteer groups that also do that, and our staff also do that. And that's typically what happens on most WMAs.
Is that once a week, once a month?
They picked up tons of litter on North Cumberland. I wish Shelley Hammonds was here, but she could go into the depth, but they're picking that up weekly is my understanding on North Cumberland with the assistance of the local sheriff's office there. And they're getting tons of it there, sir.
It just seems like it shouldn't be individuals that just happen to live around there because they love the area. It should be a better enforcement on our side. So I'm 100% for this passage, but I would like to see some kind of plan on, do we do extra cleanup after holidays? Do we clean up on Monday? Do we clean up on Friday? Because can I get the public comment back up, Chairman, for just a second? I know that's a little
Sure.
bit above the rules. Is this, during the summer, it's busy, they're drinking their beer. Is it an every week problem? Or is
So
it just big holiday problem?
it's an every week problem.
Okay.
It's an every week problem. And my dad goes up there, he's retired. So he goes up there a lot more than I do. But my friend, our neighbor up there, Preston Roberts, who lives on the mountain, he deals with it weekly. I mean, people urinating near his house because they're drunk. Women, he told me a story a couple weeks ago of a woman pulling up to his gate and dropping her drawers and peeing right there. It's up on Walnut Mountain.
Yeah.
Like and I'm trying to get a gate up there because there's really nothing that goes on up there near that fire tower, but bad. It's only me and my parents that have the house up there and Mr. Roberts. It's the only property up there, but we're allowing these people to come up there at night. We're allowing them to come up there drunk, and they really have no business being up there. It should be a foot trafficked area except for the residents that are there. And then down lower on the mountain, we're talking about, what's the name of the road that goes up there to that, Ivydale.
Yeah.
Ivydale Road. You've got people that live along that, and I know Terry's been trying to get it done for a long time. These people fly up through there, and this is people's homes.
Right.
Okay. So Cora, I belong to Cora. My dad's on the board of Cora. Know Terry Lewis, known him all my life. But we've tried to get this handled for a while. Is the alcohol on the trails. My mom's driving down at night. People are stopping in front of her. It is scary. It's like, what am I driving into? What am I driving into?
I don't want to
Do
take
they
too
have
much more time.
weapons?
I think we got your point, and I think I would task the commission at some point, Chairman, to have a little bit more than just, this is a great start.
Yeah.
But it's law enforcement, local law enforcement's already stressed out with what they have to do every day. We can't depend on volunteers. We got to figure out if there's a revenue source from the adventure tourism side of things. But this needs to be a little bit more than depending on our good neighbors and people that live up there to clean up after a bunch of strangers.
Well, Chip, I think I've been told that 80% of the litter that's picked up is empty alcohol containers.
Yeah.
So we're going to get rid of 80% of the problem right off the bat.
Good. That's a good start.
Any more comment from the commission or the public? Any more comment from the public? Come to the microphone, state your name, please.
Yeah, my name's Michael Spinello, Campbell County. I was just curious, how is it going to be enforced? What's to keep them from putting their ice chest on the back of the four-wheeler and riding up through the woods? If they're not being policed now?
That's an excellent question. I'll refer to Chief Benedict on that.
Mr. Chairman, I'll take that one. So,
Okay.
Sir, we plan to do checkpoints. And so what we'll do is have our law enforcement come in. We'll bring a big group of law enforcement officers that will come in that area, and we will set up checkpoints, and we will go in and do a media blast prior to that to let folks know what's coming. And then we will work with the local judges and see if we can write citations for that. And I think after we do that a few times, hopefully that's going to help with the issues there.
Any more comments?
Yeah. I know we're concentrating on North Cumberland, and that's sort of where the bulk of the problems are, but this is a statewide issue. So this is not just going to be isolated to Campbell to North Cumberland. This is going to be statewide, which is very important part. So everybody's going to be treated the same as checkpoints and everything else that goes on.
Sure.
Relative to alcohol.
Right. All right. Are we ready to vote? Ms. Dannette, please call the roll to take the roll call vote.
Chris Devaney,
Aye.
Jimmy Granberry,
Yes.
Monty Baloo,
Aye.
Stan Butt,
Yes.
Wally Childress,
Yes.
Bill Cox, Chip Saltzman,
Yes.
Hank Wright,
Yes.
Brad Box,
Aye.
Rhonda Moody,
Yes.
Kent Woods,
Yes.
Greg Davenport,
Yes.
Tommy Woods.
Yes.
Rule passes.
So the vote was unanimous. The rule amendment to chapter 1660-01-14, rules and regulations for refuges, wildlife managed areas, and public hunting areas passes. Next rule, Chief Benedict.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the next rule is a new rule. This is 1660-01-36, rules and regulations governing the sale of forestry products. We're proposing this rule in part to comply with a legislative action during the 2022 legislative session. It's from Public Chapter 798 that requires that the agency comply with all the processes used by the Department of Agriculture Division of Forestry when conducting the sales of timber harvest on agency property. This proposed rule sets forth how we will manage the sale of timber from our property. So within the rule that you have on your iPads, it outlines the purposes of the timber sale, which are twofold. One is to further wildlife management responsibilities and also comply with our statutory mission. This rule requires consistency with the processes and the rules of the Tennessee Department of Agriculture's Division of Forestry and the Tennessee Department of General Services, which regulate the sale of state property. In this rule, we also provide definitions of various aspects of the timber sale process. This rule outlines a process for commercially viable timber sales. It also outlines a process for non-commercially viable sales. This would be things like a tornado that comes through and damages the timber, where we want to get that timber off, but you can't sell that for commercial value. Both of these processes for commercial and non-commercial require public notice and also archiving all the sale records. Again, these have always been the practice of the agency. So in summary, excuse me, this proposal mirrors the General Services rule and the Division of Forestry's process. It provides compliance with Public Chapter 798 passed in 2022. It provides transparency of the sale process to the public. It does not change the way that we manage habitat or conduct timber sales. It simply provides a formal documentation of our process. So to kind of restate that, this is basically states in a rule how we've done timber sales pretty much all along. So again, the public comment notice here, this was previewed by Deputy Director Ware at the April Commission meeting. An email was available. The document was put on two places, the Secretary of State's website and the agency's public notice site. We received no comments regarding this rule, Mr. Chairman. So with that, we recommend passage of Rule 1660-01-36, rules and regulations governing the sale of forestry products.
Thank you, Chief. Members of the commission, any questions or comments relative to the new rule proposed by Chief Benedict?
I've got a question. You mentioned the salvaged, blown down timber. Like if we sell it, we cannot profit off of it, or you don't because of the condition?
It's we can profit off of that. It's a different type of sale. So it's called a non-commercially viable sale. So
but we can salvage it and make money off of it. Whatever the value is. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
There's just two ways that the sale is conducted that differ slightly.
Any more questions from the commission? Comments? Or any comments from the public? Questions or comments from the public? Anyone? Commissioner Yost, welcome.
Good morning. So I stand before you, not on behalf of my employer, but on behalf of the Tennessee chapter of the Wildlife Society to just voice support for this rule. And we're certainly supportive of you all in regards to timber harvest especially for increased wildlife habitat. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Yost. Any more comments, questions? Are we ready to vote? Ms. Danette, please call the roll to take the vote.
Chris Devaney,
Aye.
Jimmy Granberry,
Aye.
Monty Baloo,
Aye.
Stan Butt,
Yes.
Wally Childress,
Yes.
Bill Cox, Chip Saltzman, Hank Wright,
Yes.
Brad Box,
I say yes.
Rhonda Moody,
Yes.
Kent Woods, Greg Davenport,
Yes.
Tommy Woods.
Yes.
All ayes.
Thank you, Ms. Danette. New rule, Chapter 1660-01-36, Rules and Regulations Governing the Sale of Forestry Project passes. Next, Chief Benedict.
Thank you, sir. The final rule that I'll be presenting is Rule 1660-01-02, Rules and Regulations Governing Birds. There's really two pieces to this rule. Again, Deputy Director Ware previewed this at the April Commission meeting. The first piece is to remove the provisions related to falconry. You'll hear a rule by Lieutenant Colonel Grandstaff following this presentation about creating a new rule that's a standalone rule to cover those raptor regulations. And the second piece is to make a change relative. These are privately owned blinds on the area. A change recommended by the public to make it easier for them to register. So it allows a longer time period than 1 day, allows them to do it remotely. I just want to make it really clear and kind of pause. Commissioners, if you pass this rule today, obviously there's a process that has to be followed with the Secretary of State. This registration, this online registration will not begin until February of next year. So this current duck season, or this duck season that will occur in the 23-24 season, folks will still have to come in person to register. So this change would not be effective until the duck season after February 2024. So I've got a couple of slides here to provide some context for folks that are listening and the commissioners. To register a West Sandy private blind is called a permanent registered blind. The new process in this rule outlined is that between February 18th and July 31st each year, inclusive of those dates, the private blind holder must purchase a waterfowl or small game or sportsman's license. There's no change in that. We're requesting that they have to obtain a free West Sandy waterfowl blind permit. This is a new permit. It's a free permit. It just makes it clear that they are indeed registering that blind. If they register in person at a licensed agent or an office, they have to present their ID, obviously, to make that purchase. If they register online, a signed copy and notarized copy of that blind permit must be mailed to our Region 1 office. So this verifies that the person that purchased it indeed was that person, and then our office has a record of that. So again, that's to register the private blind or the permanent registered blind. As you all know, commissioners, we have the ability to sign on folks that can hunt in that blind. This request must be made by the registered blind holder, the permit holder that we talked about in the last slide. So the blind holder must obtain a free permit. It's called the West Sandy Waterfowl Sign-On Permit. The permit holder must obtain these free sign-on permits for each person they wish to add to their blind permit. Again, these are available on the agency's website or in person at a licensed agent or an office. Each of these sign-on permits, once they're obtained, must be signed by the sign-on and notarized. And again, a copy of that notarized sign-on permit must be mailed to the Region 1 office, postmarked by July 31st. So these are two new permits. They're free. They're available for a several-week period. This will make it easier for folks to register their blinds. We require either an ID when you register in person or a notarized signed copy be sent to the office for our records. So again, Mr. Chairman, the comment period was open at all the ways that we mentioned previously. We received no comments on this, and so we recommend passage of 1660-01-02, rules and regulations governing birds.
Thank you, Chief Benedict. Is there any comments from the commission? Commissioner Wright.
Just a question, Chief Benedict. So the West Sandy private blind registration, are we bringing that in line with other permanent registered private blinds on state or private land, public lands, or we're going to treat it different than all the rest?
Yes, sir. The other place that we have permanent registered blinds is Reelfoot Lake. And so this process nearly mirrors that exactly. You'll recall we have a Reelfoot preservation permit that's required to be purchased. We did not, the agency did not want to add a permit that had to be purchased for West Sandy. So we created this free permit. So it will align all those permanent registered blinds, the privately owned blinds, in a similar fashion for registration.
That makes sense to me to have them all lined up. Are there any other places? I'm not aware of any besides West Sandy and Reelfoot Lake where we have permanent registration. Okay.
Just those two, yes. And my apologies, I should have mentioned Reelfoot.
Just makes sense to do it the same.
Any more questions from the commission? Hearing none. Any questions from the public or comments?
My name's John Neal. I'm a lawyer in Knoxville. Been practicing for 45 years. Been a falconer for 20 years. I would just like to suggest that revocation of the falconry rules is premature because we've been engaged in a lot of lengthy discussions about the proposed rules. And I think you're going to find that the proposed rules aren't ready to be enacted today. So if you revoke the falconry rules, you'd be left with a period of time with no rules at all. So I would just like to suggest that that particular part be put off until we've got a resolution of what the falconry rules are going to be.
Thank you for your comment, and I will let General Counsel Grimes respond to that.
Mr. Neal's point's well taken. Not to steal thunder for later, but technically, once the commission approves a rule, then that rule then must go to the Attorney General. Then after the Attorney General is satisfied with the rule, that rule must be then filed with the Secretary of State. Then there is also a 90-day time period before that rule then becomes actually effective. So while it's certainly up to the commission, if the commission would like to table the deletion of the falconry, it's always our intent that the rules travel together since they're deleting one and adding to the other. So it's well taken, and if the commission wants to do that just to ensure that there is some consistency there, although I don't think it's needed on our end, just simply because the full intent is for the rule to travel together to the Attorney General's office and be filed at the same time. So, but it is well taken, and it's certainly up to the commission if y'all decide to do that.
So I'll entertain a motion to, I guess, table this rule. Just a falconry deletion of this rule until the next commission meeting.
So how do you get that back into this rule?
Commissioner Cox, the overarching plan is to delete the falconry pieces of this rule 02 and move falconry and raptor management into its own standalone rule. So you would delete from 02 and then create a new rule. The concern I see with striking the language, and I'm sorry I didn't get to this before, is that if it's stricken, it would require another public notice period that would have to occur before taking up the stricken language. I can say that as being the person who handles this, I can ensure that if the striking language stays in it, the rule will travel together, meaning that it will get approval and effective date at the same exact time. Presuming that we do resolve some of the falconry issues in the commission votes next meeting. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I just want to see if it's not going to delay everything to put it back in.
I don't think, right now, I don't think it will, but if I see that it could potentially become a problem, we'll get that on the agenda for next.
So could we put the rule back up there and actually show what part we're going to remove? Okay, remove it all. All right.
And just to go back, if the commission would approve it, we would take that approval to be contingent upon the agreement of whatever comes of the falconry rule or the raptor rule that we're currently trying to deal with. So I still think the timeline works for a February date, implementation date. Actually, it's after February, so we would really have plenty of time before the relevant duck season for this to matter.
Okay.
So what's your recommendation?
So what's the recommendation exactly?
My recommendation is to not strike the provisions, and I will ensure these rules travel together so they would be effective together.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Motion approves.
So procedurally, given that given the commission wants to go ahead and approve the striking of the language with the contingency, there needs to be a roll call vote on approval of the rule as presented. And Ms. Dennett can call the roll.
Chris Devaney,
Wait, 1 second. So before I didn't close public comment, and we just had one individual come up. So, and I would like to state that we'd like for this to end the public comment. I mean, after. Okay.
My name
All
is
right.
Richard Brown. I'm
Thank you.
Falconer, there in Lenore City. Been Falconer for 25 years. Standalone rule. Does that mean that if, say, you adopt the rule that TFA works diligently to put together, that would be its own rule, separate from all the other TWRA rules and regulations?
Yes.
Very good question. It would be a standalone rule in the legal categorization of rules. So again, that's not the rule we're currently on, the new one, but what we would propose was the new Raptor rule would be governed by its own section of the Tennessee rule section. The 37, I think, is our number. So yes, it would be subject to any of the rest of the rules because all rules all equally apply to other disciplines. So, but I think the answer to the question is a yes, but with that caveat that there could be an activity that is subject to one of the other rules or statute or something like that.
Director.
General Counsel Grimes, let me try to help simplify this because I think it looks like there might be some confusion about the audience and the commission. All that this rule is doing at this point over falconry or raptors, we're pulling it out of this section of this rule, trying to put it as a standalone section. So in a minute, this will be probably where the audience wants to comment. At that point, we're going to go into another rule hearing just on the Falconry part, and that's probably where you'll want to comment at that time. But at this point, you're just voting to pull that piece out of this part, this section of the rule. Is that, am I right, General Counsel Grimes, to explain it that way? I think it's a little.
I think that's a little clearer. Thank you, Mr. Director.
I have someone in the audience, please. Yes, come to the microphone.
So what did we just vote on? Just taking it out of another. So we vote.
Holly Lamar, Falconer, full-time for 12 years. I just am, so what happens if the other rule is not, does this go back in if the other rule is not adopted? Or, because, I mean, can you explain this? Because you're saying it's contingent together. So if the new Raptor rule, if there is no new Raptor rule voted on today or decided on today, does that then mean that this falconry portion is back in this until the next meeting?
I can answer that. It's more of a when the law applies. So this is the commission approval. This is the first step in rulemaking.
Right.
So the rule is not final until the Secretary of State.
Right.
And I think I've explained those
Right.
other hurdles to get there.
Okay.
So the old rule on falconry
Mhm.
will be in effect until there is a new rule promulgated.
Okay.
And filed and is done by the Secretary of State. So
Okay, gotcha.
that does take time period. Usually,
Right. And obviously, if there's not a new rule, they're not going to strike the old one.
exactly.
Okay.
That's why I'm saying they're traveling together, and I will make sure they
Gotcha.
travel together administratively.
Thank
All right. Are we ready to vote? Mr. Knapp, please call the roll.
Chris Devaney,
Aye.
Jimmy Granberry,
Yes.
Monty Baloo,
Yes.
Stan Butt, Wally Childress,
Yes.
Bill Cox,
Aye.
Chip Saltzman, Hank Wright,
Yes.
Brad Box,
Aye.
Rhonda Moody,
Yes.
Kent Woods,
Yes.
Greg Davenport,
Yes.
Tommy Woods.
Yes.
All ayes.
Thank you, Mr. Net. So the rule amendment to chapter 1660-01-02, rules and regulations governing birds, passes as amended. Thank you, Chief Benedict. I'd like to call Lieutenant Colonel Grandstaff. Please come to the podium.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm here with the discussing rulemaking hearing Rule 1660-0201, Rules and Regulations for Boating Certificates. This will be more of a cleanup and to help the public and help the agency employees a little, make things a little clearer within this. And it's a few word changes that I'll go over today. Rule 1660-0201, boating certificates, makes a change to allow for a co-registrant on a boat. And what that means is a co-registrant allows someone else to be added to the registration instead of just one person. Within that, the word owner throughout the rule will be replaced with registrant or co-registrant to allow someone other than the owner the ability to register the vessel. The next clarification will be hull ID numbers for vessels built beginning in 1972. Currently, the language just says manufacturer's hull ID number, if any. So we're going to add for vessels built beginning in 1972 because that was the year that the hull ID numbers were required to be on vessels. Just a clarification on there. The next one is name and address of the registrant, including the zip code and possibly the name of the co-registrant will now be on the registration card. And that will be just if they're checked in the field, the officers can see who it's registered to, if it's the owner or a co-registrant. Surrender of the certificate for cancellation will now be called notice of sale. that was a little confusing for the general public and for the online process when they're reading it. So now notice of sale, if someone sells their boat, the cancellation, voiding the numbers there to notify the agency that you sold the vessel to someone. We're just clarifying on that they notify the agency that they have sold it now. And the last one, the notification of change of address from that shown on the certificate of number. Currently, when a registered or co-registered vessel numbered by Tennessee changes their address from that shown on the certificate, they shall notify TWRA of the new address within 15 days of the change. It currently says in writing to the executive director. They just made a tweak there to just notify the agency that they have an address change. Just a simple wording change. We had a public comment period. Deputy Director Ware presented that at the last commission meeting. So that was monitored. Everyone had a chance to comment on it. We didn't have any comments on it. And with that, we recommend passage of Rule 1660-0201 for rules, regulations for boating certificates.
Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel Grindstaff. Members of the commission, are there any questions or comments relative to the new rule amendment proposed by Lieutenant Colonel Grindstaff? Any commissioners? Commissioner Box.
If I'm going to register a motor vehicle, I think I have to be the owner. So explain why it would be necessary for a non-owner to register a boat.
I may get Miss Susie to that came out of their office as far as some issues that they were having with it, if you wouldn't mind.
Susie Spriggs, Chief of the Licensing Division. So our rule also states that the registration is not ownership. Now they will have to show proof to the clerk's office that they own the vessel, but the registration does not show ownership. So that's the reason we're changing it to registrant and co-registrant, so that there's not confusion that that's ownership documentation.
Thank you, Susie.
I have a question. Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Buck. Yes, having been the owner and manager of several automobile dealerships, when you presented for licensing, used to it stated and or. For clarification of this rule, the license for and registration of a motor vehicle now states or. The and has been deleted. So is our registration from certificate or our boating certificates, will it say or in relation to the registrant or the co-registrant? I think that would be an important clarification there.
Commissioner Butt, Miss Susie pointed at me to answer, so I'm going to do my best with that one. This come out of a situation, and I think there was a boat owner died, and his wife had a very difficult. His widow had a very difficult time actually obtaining getting the boat or the registry transferred to her name. And I'm looking at Emily just for confirmation that's right. So in short, I think the and or question is certainly a valuable one, but the intent here is it be or. However, again, in our rules, the registration of a boat does not indicate ownership because, you know, in Tennessee, boats are not titled like a car.
So what you're saying, if both registrants are on the registration, then the ownership at the time for the clerk's office would answer that question?
That's more of a legal question, and since the boat registration is not indicative of ownership in Tennessee statutorily, because they're not titled vessels, that would really go back to common law.
Well, I went through this with that lady as well as many on the commission now, and I just want to make sure that going forward that we don't have that issue in another circumstance if the same situation arises.
And I think that's something that we would definitely monitor should the General Assembly try to take up this titling of a vessel. because that's really, I think, the key linchpin in us trying to manage this is that Tennessee by statute does not require titling of a vessel.
So from the agency standpoint, then the registrants, it doesn't matter. If one restaurant passes and the other restaurant is on there, then that restaurant has the capabilities of acquiring full registration privileges of that.
They can,
particular
yes, sir, that they
route.
can exercise that registration, so it would not be limited to the primary registrant.
So then that would answer our responsibility then.
I think so.
Thank you. Any more questions from the commission? Question or comments from the public? All right, hearing none, are we ready to vote? Mr. Knapp, please call the roll.
Chris Devaney,
Aye.
Jimmy Granberry, Monty Baloo,
Yes.
Stan Butt,
Yes.
Wally Childress,
Yes.
Bill Cox, Chip Saltzman, Hank Wright,
Yes.
Brad Box,
Aye.
Rhonda Moody, Kent Woods,
Yes.
Greg Davenport,
Yes.
Tommy Woods.
Yes,
All ayes.
thank you, Mr. Knapp.
Before you start something else, let me.
Hold on, we have a bill.
Yep. I would like to request, if you still got the lady's name who lost her husband that started this, it would be nice to send her something to acknowledge that this has been changed. I'm sure she hadn't gotten her boat registered yet, so it would be pretty good customer service to send her something.
Yes, sir. We notified her that this vote was taking place today. I believe she's likely watching on the live stream, and we'll make sure that she's notified. We did in the situation confer a 1-year registration, so her vote is registered to her name, and I think she'll hopefully be satisfied and happy by this vote today. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I should have known you already handled it.
Yeah, you should have. Second fiddle.
Again, thank you for our diligent staff, always on top of things. So, Chapter 1660-02-01, Rules and Regulations for Boating Certificate passes. Lieutenant Grandstaff, next rule, please.
The next rulemaking hearing was Rule 1660-01-10, Rules and Regulations Governing Business of Taxidermy. This is relative to records kept by taxidermists. The rule is amended to require the TWRA identification number and the confirmation number from a completed check-in for all big game animals to be kept by the taxidermist. Currently, the TWRA ID number or the confirmation number is required. We just changed one word to require both of those numbers to be taken in by the taxidermist. And that's a simple change, but it helps with the officers in the field and us tracking these animals that are being taken to the taxidermist. We did have a public comments period, and it was last month brought before you by Deputy Director Ware. We had no comments on it. So with that, I recommend passage of Rule 1660-01-10, Rules and Regulations Governing the Business of Taxidermy.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Members of the commission, are there any questions relative to the rule amendment proposed by Lieutenant Colonel Grandstaff? None? Any comments or questions from the public? Are we ready to vote? Mr. Knapp, please call the roll to take the vote.
Chris Devaney.
Aye.
Jimmy Granberry.
Aye.
Monty Baloo.
Yes.
Stan Butt.
Yes.
Wally Childress.
Yes.
Bill Cox. Chip Saltzman. Hank Wright.
Yes.
Brad Box.
Aye.
Rhonda Moody.
Yes.
Kent Woods.
Yes.
Greg Davenport.
Yes.
Tommy Woods.
Yes.
All ayes.
Thank you, Ms. Dannett. The amendment to Chapter 1660-01-10, Rules and Regulations Governing Business of Taxidermy passes. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
All right, we're going to take another short break, 10 minutes, and we'll see everybody back in 10.
I think y'all are up. You get time, y'all are up next.
So this time, there's 2 more rules left, and I'd like to ask General Counsel Tory Grimes to the podium, and there he is.
Hey, everybody. I know people don't expect the general counsel to present rules. And I have to admit, I've learned more about falcons and raptors than I ever would have thought when I came to the agency, and I'm still learning more every day. Just on the outset, I want to express appreciation for the Tennessee Falconers Association, everybody that submitted comments. We have a robust public comment that's in the public file. I really appreciate that. I want to also just give a shout out to Dr. Mike Jones. He's been a wealth of information. On this point, we presented this rule. Our goal was to, as close as possible, to get the state in line with the Code of Federal Regulations as it relates to falconry and this use of raptors. And so when I got here this morning, we had some brief discussions with Dr. Jones, and he has some concerns, and the falconers are here today, and I'm sure you'll hear some of those concerns, and I think that's all fair, and we want to hear those. But at this time, I am recommending that you all continue this rule hearing to the next meeting of the commission so that we can continue to get in the weeds and refine these issues. Dr. Jones actually pointed out at least 2 items that I think are absolutely well taken and we need to take into account in this document before you approve it. So with that said, rather than I've given you the outline of what we're trying to accomplish with the rule, but with that said, I would ask your consideration to continue this to the next meeting, subject to public comment, because the folks are already here and we want to get their comment on the record.
I'll make a motion to continue as recommended.
We have a motion and a second to continue this rule to the next commission meeting. All those in favor? Thank you. All right, we'll open it to public comment.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, good morning. Your tabling this has changed some of my comments, but I'm going to read I prepared them last night. So, excuse me.
Yeah.
Oh, my name is Dan McCarron.
Yeah.
I'm from Sequatchie County, Dunlap.
All right. Thank you for coming, Dan, and remember, try to keep it within 3 minutes. Thank you.
Let's give you about 20 seconds over. So, thank you. Good morning. My name is Dan McCarron. I've been a licensed practicing falconer for 45 years. I'm also a trained biologist. I have served on several national and state falconry boards while living in Wyoming and Kansas, and am the immediate past president of the Kansas Hawking Club. My wife and I moved here to Tennessee last summer to be closer to our family and grandchildren. I've had my falconry permit transferred and am now a licensed falconer in Tennessee. If I may, a little on the history of falconry regulations and why we're here. In 1972, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service took over the federal management of raptors, which are hawks, falcons, eagles, and owls, by their addition to the Migratory Bird Treaty Act, or the MBTA. The MBTA provides the legal authority for regulating falconry in the U.S. During this time, the service co-administered falconry with the states using a joint federal-state falconry licensing system. This cooperative partnership lasted about 38 years. In 2010, the service changed its regulations governing falconry in the U.S. The service eliminated the requirement for a falconry permit to practice falconry and gave the administration over to the states, but in compliance with federal regulations. Falconry reporting still goes into a federal database via an online system. In delegating the administration of falconry over to the states, the service crafted a set of federal regulations or standards for states to follow and also help guide them in writing their own regulations. The federal standards were written by falconers and went through a rigorous public comment period before becoming federal law. I was on the board of the Wyoming Falconer Association. We added about 3 pages of those comments. The states have been administering falconry now for approximately 15 years. Every few years, states update and refine the falconry regulations, which is why we find ourselves here today. Recently, the Tennessee Falconer Association, the TFA, submitted a proposed set of regulations to the TWRA that we worked on together. These proposed regulations were composed of language from our state's existing rules, the federal falconry standards, and language from several other states. I believe the proposed rules that we submitted protected the raptor resource, were administratively fair, and were enforceable, quite possibly making them among the best in the nation. I believe our proposed regulations were solid. However, we weren't trying to invent the wheel. We were just simply trying to catch up with the rest of the country here in Tennessee. Sadly, the proposed regulations we submitted to the TWRA were drastically edited and changed. I'm not sure why this happened. The proposed regulations governing falconry in Tennessee before you today are not the regulations we, the TFA, submitted. The changes made by TWRA are unreasonable and strongly suggest an overreach of government law enforcement, perhaps simply to have control over a specific group of sportsmen. As a stakeholder directly affected, as a stakeholder directly affected by the TWRA's proposed rules, I believe the TWRA intentionally circumvented the public process. It is quite apparent the TWRA might not have had the intention to include sportsmen to have a legitimate place at the table. It's been my observation that states with the most efficient falconry regulations are those that have a close working association with their resident falconers. This alienation by the state's falconers by TWRA is a serious issue that needs to be addressed. Regulations should be reasonable. Falconry is already the most heavily regulated field sport in the United States. The TFA wants regulations that complement the federal standards along with fair Tennessee supplements. It doesn't have to be this hard, and the rulemaking agency certainly doesn't have to be so disingenuous during the process. I respectfully request that the commission table the proposed regulations before you today until this issue can be resolved, or perhaps it would be appropriate to have a mediator even help in this process. Tennessee falconers are finding it very difficult to trust the TWRA at this time. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you.
We tabled it before he was dead.
Anyone else? Yes, please come to the podium, state your name.
Yes, I'm Holly Lamar, resident here in Nashville, Tennessee. I ask that you please, I may say some things that might be a bit shocking and disturbing, but they do go to the point of this rule today, and they set the stage for a few later comments. So I'll try to stay within the 3-minute period or just over. I'm Holly Lamar, Grammy-nominated songwriter who was charged in November 2022 by TWRA with 30 misdemeanors of violating wildlife laws, only 7 less than Donald Trump. For what? Having more birds than my license supposedly allowed. Not true. And why seize the birds? Not having water in a water bowl when I was clearly pressure washing that day. Not filing paperwork on time when the federal database is a disaster and deletes records of its own accord. So also not true, which would have been proven had the judge not ordered the search warrant thrown out for egregiously violating my constitutional rights. I have been a falconer previously in the UK and now in the USA since 2011, and a professional falconer giving talks, displays based in falconry since 2014. I have flown over 20 species of raptors in that time, from eagles to vultures to American kestrels, and I have practiced full-time professional falconry since 2015. Since the opening of my USFWS permitted falconry school experience business in March 2021 here in Nashville, Tennessee, I have garnered now over 80 plus 5-star ratings on Google, Facebook, and Groupon. The majority of participants have mentioned my love for my birds, my knowledge of falconry, my husbandry and care for the birds, and their own newly enhanced understanding of raptors and their conservation and biology. Currently, I believe I possess more permits for raptors than any other falconer in Tennessee. I am one of only 2 possessors of the US FWS Special Purpose Education Permit for falconry education. On January 9th, 2023, in the state of Tennessee versus Lamar, Judge Linda Jones stated the following: the court is concerned about a lot of things in this case. First off, I feel that the defendant's constitutional rights have been violated in an egregious manner. For the state to come in August after a complaint has been rendered about an employee and asks for a search warrant is an overreach of the government. Then further, after the state has confiscated the birds for over 2 months, then finally seeks to file criminal charges. The law is very ambiguous, vague, a lot of puzzle pieces that don't properly fit together, and certainly, if brought to the attention of the General Assembly, could be remedied. The last 16 months have been sheer hell for me and for my birds. On arrival to Tennessee, I was frankly horrified at Tennessee's falconry laws. The rules both on live wildlife and falconry seemed outdated and frankly ignorant from an educational and biological understanding of the wildlife they sought to govern, not to mention ignorant of the rich and conservational history of falconry over the past 7,000 years. When Captain Bowles took over from the previous head of captive wildlife, Walter Cook, and his job was merged with his predecessor, I soon found myself to be a target. He literally stated to other falconers, "I knew when I took this job I was going to have to shoot a hostage. Shoot a hostage. And you guys are just lucky Holly Lamar stepped into my crosshairs first." For what reason? I guess I was doing too good of a job of educating Tennessee citizens and tourists on the value of raptors for conservation and falconry. There have been other statements made by Captain Bowles which I have recorded and which I hope others may now go on record with, given yesterday's delivery of this shocking new draft rule, which we have not even received due process on. They are now seeing the overreach side of TWRA that I have been dealing with for over a year now. Before the violation of my constitutional rights and the frank murder of one of my falcons by the rehabbers they placed my birds in the care of, I called and wrote a letter to my district commission representative, Mr. Granberry, and complained about Captain Bowles. He assured me he was a great guy. I then wrote a letter to all the commissioners. I got no response. I have called Mr. Granberry at least 3 more times and gotten no response. I called the chair of the commission, no response. I wrote letters to the legislators who are on the energy committees which oversee TWRA in both the Senate and the House, no response. I made a complaint about Captain Bowles to Director Maxedon and got a phone call from Colonel Darren Ryder instead. 5 days later, all my birds, including birds that TWRA has absolutely no legal jurisdiction over, which Colonel Ryder knew, were seized. They are now seeking in this new rule jurisdiction over those birds. TWRA has been cited by a judge as violating the constitutional rights of Tennessee citizens before. When will you learn? Thank God for an amazing judge whose stance basically got all 30 misdemeanors leveled against me dismissed. This is an agency tasked with protecting wildlife, who took captive bred, personally possessed wildlife out of their homes to protect them and not cause them stress, kept them for 5 months with rehabbers they did not pay, but used citizens' nonprofit donations to keep, when it is illegal for these rehabbers to possess Class 3 wildlife. Illegal for them to keep them in the dog kennels they kept some of them in for 5 months, and they drugged some of them with Valium and sedated and intubated the bird that died 3 days before she died to cope her beak, a fact which was deceitfully eliminated from the order for the necropsy and from Captain Bowles' testimony in court. I'm about to wrap up. This is an agency we can trust. According to Tennessee Code 70, law enforcement is not even supposed to be promulgating regulation. The Wildlife Commission is. The stance of TWRA towards falconry and falconers is outdated, suppressive, oppressive, and criminal. In a conversation with Executive Director James Maxedon last November, TFA was told they saw no problem with adopting the federal regulations. They also made it clear that the falconry regulation had never been limited to 5 birds for the past 20 plus years. Yet 3 days later, these same executives allowed Captain Bowles to charge me with 30 misdemeanors, 8 of which were for being over the 5-bird limit. They never listen and they never learn. And it's the citizens of Tennessee, the taxpayers, who are ultimately going to pay for this, sadly. After leading us down the garden path to believe they were working with us, they suddenly present a whole new draft with no period to comment on it. And once again, some of the language is worse than the prior rule. They add sentences to definitions which make no sense. They bring definitions from other rules and attempt to apply them to education with raptors, and those definitions don't even have definitions. They fail to understand federal permits for falconry education altogether, despite my having worn myself out explaining them to them, just as I wore myself out explaining to Captain Bowles and later to Executive Director Maxedon and Colonel Ryder about the 5-bird limit, to no avail. When will the commission learn and take up the mantle to hold meetings with stakeholders and to actually engage in the job of writing rules, which is your job, not that of TWRA and law enforcement? We were told this morning that some of the, we delivered, this is my last sentence. We delivered the best state falconry rules in the country, utilizing one of the top raptor vets in the country, Dr. Jones, and falconers with over 200 years of combined experience, including writing laws for other states like Dan McCarran. We were told this morning that some of those violated Tennessee statutes. We don't believe that to be the case because we don't believe TWRA understand their own laws, as has been shown in court. We urge the Wildlife Commission to adopt the draft we proposed, or at the least continue this process using that draft, not today's TWRA draft, as a basis. Thank you.
Any other public comment?
Yeah, once again, Richard Brown. I've been falconer for 25 years. I was a firefighter for 30 years. And I've been a propagator for over 5 years. And I don't understand why adopting the rules and regs that we over 200 years worth of falconry experience put together with TWRA, and part of it they initially had in their original draft. And I'm here to speak about the propagation part. Propagation of falconry back in the early 60s when falcons were basically going extinct, peregrine falcons. It was falconers that come together and showed Fish and Wildlife Service that they can be propagated in captivity. And I mean, I don't understand. They're not pets. They shouldn't be treated as pets. They should standalone rule. I don't see why we can't put raptors in their own rule. Adopt this. That would satisfy everything, all the falconers, propagators, everybody. If we would adopt the rule that the TFA helped write and set forth. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else?
I guess it's good morning. My name's John Neal. As you all know, I'm from Knoxville, a falconer and a lawyer. Before I say anything else, I just want to say, I know you all were talking about Don Hasse earlier today. I had the privilege of working as a volunteer for the boat program for a few years. I think Don does a great job. It's a great program, and I'm proud to have been associated with it. My experience with TWRA, fortunately, has been a lot friendlier than Ms. Lamar's. But it has surprised me in the past that I have personally found that the agency sometimes doesn't understand its own regulations. I guess you all probably read the letter that I wrote when the original proposal came out. And you know what my problems were with that, and I'm not going to belabor those right now. The TFA spent a huge amount of time drafting a proposed set of rules, which I think has been presented to all of you all, that we really think is far superior to the original set, and it's also superior to the set that was promulgated last night. I don't agree with this idea that we were blindsided. This is a huge amount of work to be done in a very short time. And I think Mr. Grimes' offer to postpone the hearing on this is a good example of the fact that they're trying to act in good faith. I do think, however, that the rules that the TFA proposed are far superior to the rules that were proposed last night. And I encourage you to seriously consider those, because I really think those are the right rules. And I can tell you, I got these proposed rules last night about 9:30, so I haven't had a lot of time to look at them, but I've already found 3 terrible internal inconsistencies that are just invitations to lawsuits. and you don't want that.
Thank you. Anyone else?
My name is Dr. Michael Jones. I'm a retired professor emeritus at the University of College of Veterinary Medicine, where I taught exotic zoo and wild animal medicine for 29 years. Currently, I work at a nonprofit that treats just birds of prey, and so that's been my life's work. Been a falconer for 35 years. I'm going to say ditto to everything, so I'm not going to go through the whole process, but the regulations that we worked on that you probably have in front of you with red lettering, those are fair, enforceable, achievable, realistic, and they protect the resource that we use, raptors. I don't know that the draft rule that you've been provided by TWRA does all those things. A good friend of mine, falconer that I respect incredibly, he lives in El Paso, Texas. He's a breeder, falconer. He looked at these regulations and said, these are some of the best he's ever seen. And I strongly urge you all to consider these, because what you have before you from TWRA is not going to cut it. That's all I have.
Thank you for the comment. Any more public comment?
Trey Walker, I've already been up here. I am the newest falconer. I serve as the secretary of the Tennessee Falconers Association. I have, man, this is way new to me, all this stuff, but these are friends and family of mine, these guys. And I know that nobody really truly understands what the fuss is about, what falconry is about, but I'm a sportsman in Tennessee. I'm a Tennessean. I'm a falconer in Tennessee. We're proud of what we do. I'm also, a lifelong hunter. I also do whitetail, all that stuff, turkey. I want you all just to imagine if your sport was attacked like ours has been. And, I have tried to call several of you. The only man that's picked up the phone for me is Mr. Bill Cox numerous times, and told me that, that we would probably get what we want with the federal regulations. And so there is a huge distrust with TWRA. And when I was a kid, I wanted to wear that patch on my arm. I wanted to be TWRA. I look up, I respect you all. I respect TWRA. There's just one person that is a bad apple in all this. And he has, on my, let me phrase it this way. If a wildlife officer came on your property to inspect a muse, and then he found out that you were on this newly formed Tennessee Falconers Association, and he said, "Oh man, the muse is great. I should take pictures of this to show everybody else." And then afterwards, he finds out, I'm the secretary of TFA. Well, you and your little club starts belittling you on your property. If he told you, I'm asking this question. If he told you that if you all try to FUCK me, I will FUCK you all harder, how would you handle it? And I want to hear some comments. How would you handle it? If a wildlife officer for TWRA came on your property and asked you those questions or made that statement to you, how would you handle it?
Chairman, it's a comment here, not a Q&A.
Thank you, Commissioner Saltman. Thank you, Trey. Anyone else?
My name is Jeff Wilburn. I'm a master falconer. I'm a lifelong Blount County resident. I'm an annual sportsman's license holder. I came in today to congratulate TWRA with working with us, and I had a speech written for all that, for them working with us to get these rules passed. And all that went downhill on June 22nd at 7 p.m. last night. You know, that's when we got the newly established regulations. We left on June 14th. We all traveled from East Tennessee to here to meet with them on June 14th. And we left out of there. We all reached an agreement, as we thought, you know, and we left out of there feeling really well. I think some of us said that. We strictened some of the federal regulations as a group. We moved the age limit for apprentice from 12 to 14. We added that we would send in the paper copies along with the electronic copy. We'd send them in to TWRA, and we reduced the number of apprentices from 3 to 2. And we done all that just for the better of the sport of the falconry. We done that, and TWRA now has decided to further strengthen the rules pertaining to falconry from what the stakeholders feel and have proven will cause no detrimental impact to Tennessee wildlife or the sport. Many times during the meeting on June 14th, Mr. Ware would tell Mr. Grimes he doesn't like this or he doesn't like that, referring to someone else. And regulations shouldn't be, so I'm saying regulations shouldn't be written based on what enforcement likes or doesn't. They should be written solely on protecting the wildlife and protecting the sport. Enforcement should only be there to uphold the laws they are provided by the stakeholders and the commission. One of the disagreements we have is with the re-inspections. Re-inspections of our mews and our facilities are a joke. They really are. Law enforcement comes into us and they ask us, what are we looking for? I mean, that's every inspection that I have. You can go across the board and you'll get the same consensus on that. Banding is not required by the federal government except for 5 species. We're taking the bands that's provided to TWRA from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and we're issuing those bands that's paid for by taxpayer dollars that's not for what they're intended to do, and TWRA is using those bands. Some species, the bands are actually detrimental to the health of the bird. So, you know, and a lot of species they are. I'm almost done here. Yeah, federal laws state that each state has the authority to be more strict on the regulations. This was intended to protect the wildlife in the specific states. The regulations TWRA is proposing are stricter, and not one of those restrictions is based on the wildlife. The restrictions they are proposing are simply there for enforcement purposes. It is an overreach of authority.
Thank you. Any more public comment?
My name is Hannah Spinello. I am a resident in Campbell County. I became a falconer in 2020. Jeff Wilburn was my sponsor. Falconry has been an amazing thing for me. As a person, it has just the instrument of nature and being able to work at such an intimate level with the wild has taught me a lot. Just as a person, about nature in general. I've learned heaps about not just, just facts about training stuff and biology knowledge and stuff, but I've learned things of how to read body language in a hawk, when it's happy, when it's sad, when it's sick, when they're chasing something versus when they're just flying off distracted. Have a very intimate knowledge and understanding of birds of prey, and not only just birds of prey, but what we pursued, the game that we pursued, the small game. I hunted mainly squirrels with the red-tailed hawk, and I learned squirrel behavior, habitat, how they respond to being chased by a hawk or a dog or a human, different ways they respond, becoming more aware of the conservation issues revolving around birds of prey and the small game that we pursued. And it's made me more aware, more appreciative of all of these creatures that I became involved with. I had the opportunity to meet and hunt with many falconers around the country and in the state of Tennessee. They are amazing people. We all as falconers have that intimate understanding and knowledge of the birds of prey that we work with. It's something that we care deeply and passionately about. If you ask a falconer, any falconer will tell you falconry is not a hobby, it's a lifestyle. The amount of time and effort and emotional energy that we invest into our birds, it's huge. It's almost kind of like having a child, honestly. It's a huge part of our lives. We plan around it, we schedule around it, it's always in our minds. And so I just want to encourage you all to really consider what the Tennessee Falconer Association has been sharing up to this point, the draft that they have created. I've read it. It is very clear. It is fair. It makes sense. It defines things very well. I just want to encourage you all to listen and to really consider and take to heart what has been said, because it's coming from people that honestly and truly care about the birds of prey and about their sport.
Thank you.
My name is Michael Spinolo. I got to participate in falconry through my daughter, Hannah, in Campbell County. I'm a senior engineer at NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center. I've been an engineer with NASA for about 38 years now. And as I said, I live in Campbell County. And I just thought you'd like to hear some comments from an observer. And it's really distressing to hear about this power struggle and politics getting involved in a sport like falconry. It's just so fun. Over the last 3 years, my engagement with Tennessee Falconers and more recently with TFA in particular, I would just say the Tennessee Falconry Association does have, as you've seen this morning already, a wealth of expertise and professional knowledge. And their primary concern is the birds, or for the birds and wildlife at large, more than the hunters, the falconers. They are the folks that know what's best for the bird because they worked so hard and lived with the birds so much. They're not your stereotypical hunter. They're more akin to conservationist. They bring a nice diversity to the hunting community. I trust these falconers here in this room as the best experts in the field of falconry in Tennessee. Now, my involvement with falconry as a participant in the falconry meets and my daughter's apprenticeship to her general falconry license has been the most enjoyable recreation that I have ever known. I haven't really hunted before then, but I'm a hunter now, but in a very different way. I love to hunt in the forest with just the people, the bird, and the prey. Hunting with a bird is the ultimate hunting sport, in my opinion. Just the man and wildlife. Falconry has been very good for my health. I'm healthier now at 62 than I was at 52 because I've been out in the woods. I've been in the wildlife, and I've shared that. Falconry has led us to meet and be better neighbors because we have to go out and ask, can we hunt on your property? Can we go back in your woods and hunt squirrels? Falconry hunting is good for communities. I took time off from work at NASA to come here specifically to advocate for the sport of falconry and to encourage us all to improve and prosper the sport and practice. And I believe that the falconers represented here are the best source for these improvements and encourage you to embrace their recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
So I'm relatively new to Tennessee. Been a falconer in the state of Nevada for a good 8 years or so. My husband has as well. So I'm not 100%, I guess, educated on the rules here in Tennessee, but I've read through them, and I've also read through what the Tennessee Falconers Association has come up with, and I think that they're very solid. What the association has come up with is very solid, and it should be looked at by TWRA more closely. And I think that working closely with TWRA to come up with the rules is an important piece of this. Us falconers, we're not hunters. We're not in it to hunt the wildlife. We're in it to take care of the birds, to conserve wildlife, to conserve the beauty of the natural areas. And I think that we will all agree, or I think most of us would agree, that the conservation of wild raptors is the most important thing. Over 90% of wild raptors will not make it past their first year in the wild. And by us being able to trap, train them to hunt, and release them back into the wild is really pretty amazing thing. And it'll help future populations of raptors. And being restricted is only going to make our job as conservationists and falconers harder. I think that Tennessee Falconers Association's rules are very solid and very they're a lot like the other rules in Nevada, in California, in Texas, that I'm familiar with as a falconer. And I think they should definitely be reconsidered by TWRA, and we should work together on this.
Thank you. And one thing, could you state your name for the record, please? That's all right.
I'm sorry, Michaela.
Michaela, thank you so much. We have anyone else from the public who would like to speak? Anyone? Two minutes.
Unless you're angry. Once more, Holly Lamar from Nashville, Tennessee. I, as mentioned, have the only one of only 4 or 5 falconry schools in the entire country. I learned falconry in England from Jemima Perry Jones, who has an MBE from the Queen for her work in conservation of raptors worldwide. When I came back to the United States, I was so joyful to start this falconry school and give people in the United States the opportunity to actually handle and see these birds, which is what the federal falconry school permit does. I didn't realize that they had agreed to decrease the amount of apprentices to 2. We have a gentleman here who came today just to find a sponsor. It's hard to get a sponsor, okay? And it's hard to in England, there's a prison that has a falconry school in it. I got into falconry because I had problems with depression and anxiety and PTSD, and it really changed my life. And that's what I wanted to do for other people. I have people that come out to my school with autism, ADHD, PTSD, veterans, depression, anxiety. I had a 10-year-old girl who came. She went home from my falconry course and made a pattern for her glove for her father to make her a falconry glove. It's really important that we allow people to have as many apprentices as they can, and that we protect the sport and protect the resource. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else?
Yeah, my name is Philip Gent. I'm from up here in Sumner County. I'm that guy she's just talking about. I'm not an apprentice yet. I took the test, got my muse, got all my equipment. This thing working. And anyway, yeah, going from 3 to 2 apprentices. I mean, I know they're not giving anything to be my sponsor, but it certainly would be appreciated. And if you want the sport to grow, I wish it would be a little easier somehow or another, but anyway, he said he was the youngest guy here, but yeah, I haven't even got to get into it just yet. So that's about all I was going to say, but thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Would anyone else like to speak? Anyone? Okay, so one more? All right. Please come to the podium and state your name.
My name's Kathleen Spinolo. I am a teacher in Campbell County. And I just wanted to say the most published American author wrote that the book of nature is, next to the scriptures, the great lesson book. And she said that all of us need the teaching to be derived from that source. And thus the mental powers will be strengthened, the character developed, and the whole life will be ennobled. It's through creation that we come to know our Creator. The members of the Tennessee Falconry Association are reading studiously and intentionally from that book of nature. My experience with them, they have shown me commitment to education, to conservation, to the land, and above all, to their birds. So, although I'm not a licensed falconer, I have been on many hunts with them, and I have great respect for the members of TFA. And so we took time out of our schedule and we drove many miles to be here today to add our support, to add our voice to the rules and regulations governing raptors, their recommendations for that. And I just wanted to ask that you would strongly consider receiving them. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Anyone else from the public would like to speak?
Hi, my name is Tyler Rankin. I'm from Boone County, Kentucky. I have a page here. I'm going to keep it more brief than that because I don't want to be too repetitive for you guys. I'm the Southeastern Director of the North American Falconers Association. That's an organization founded in 1961 to encourage the proper practice of the sport of falconry and wise use of conservation of birds of prey. We have a membership of about 2,000 members, and we're the largest falconry association in the world. As shown by many of the people here who spoke today, falconers possess an expertise in preventive care and the physical conditioning of raptors, as well as the skills in advanced husbandry and raptor behavior. These skills in trapping, training, husbandry come from a very long lineage of falconers through the apprentice mentor process in the United States. And NAFA, North American Falconers Association, we were integrally involved with the federal falconry regulations. Volunteered a lot of the qualifications, such as the qualifying test, the inspections, the sponsor apprentice mentoring system, the mandatory 2 years apprentice, and then the limits on raptor species available. So all this is just for the betterment of conservation of birds of prey. We've been kind of following this situation related to the interpretation of the Tennessee falconry regulations and the impacts that it's had on the Tennessee falconers. Obviously, this situation came about as a result of a misinterpretation and ambiguity of the regulations themselves. So we're very supportive of the change of these regulations coming forth. But we've reviewed the draft submitted by the TFA. We just want to make it for public record. We do agree with the draft that TFA has submitted to you guys, and we believe that it's clear and it's an understandable draft that aligns well with the falconry regulatory framework that they presented. So we suggest that you guys, continue to work together, take the time to review that draft that they've submitted to you, engage in further honest consultation with the falconry community, people you've heard speak here. And we think, these final regulations, once they're reached, will create more clear and manageable regulations for everyone and establish a solid foundation for ethical falconry in the state of Tennessee, making falconers' jobs easier and your jobs easier. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public?
How you doing? I'm Jeremiah McNeese.
Rutherford County. I can only tell you what I've observed here today is a lot of passion, a lot of very intelligent people that care highly about their sport and the direction it's going. I have no idea what's going on with it. I've just observed, and I would definitely go with what they got going on. I mean, I understand that there has to be a brotherhood or, a bond with the TWRA and the sport, but it has been very nice to hear what they say and how intelligent everyone is.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? All right, hearing none, I think we have some commissioners that would like to comment. So I'll open the floor back up to the commissioners. Commissioner Wright.
I just want to thank the ladies and gentlemen that came to comment, and all of you traveled to do so. I had an uncle that was an avid falconer, as passionate as each of you, and I spent some years in my teens and 20s accompanying him on hunting trips with his falcons, and they're just extremely fond memories that I'll never forget. So I do have a little bit of experience a long time ago with that. I also want to say that everybody on this commission takes your comments very seriously. And if you send us an email, I know I speak for myself, but I believe I speak for my colleagues. We read every one of those. Some of those emails do not say, please email me back your thoughts. They're just public comments. So we may not respond to those, but it doesn't mean we didn't consider them. I've been on the commission a little over 4 years. There's not one phone call that's come to me that I haven't returned. So I don't think it's fair for the public to think that we don't return phone calls. My phone's answered 7 days a week. Most of the time I can't come to that call, but they take a message and I'll call them back. So I've not received one call, and I think it was said earlier that I called a bunch of you, you didn't call me back. So just so the public knows that we want to be responsive. We're very thoughtful and care about all the public comments. We certainly care about falconry.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. Anyone else? Commissioner Saltman.
Yeah. Clearly, there's a lot of passion in this room, and there's a lot of people that care about their sport, and that's what it's about. I've got a couple comments. One, Mr. Neal, falconer, lawyer, you need to have a TV show. I think that just is a great title. I first came to know about this when I think Dr. Jones came to one of our meetings, and the first thing I said was, that is really cool, and I'm going to try to learn more about it. But I want to also comment, because I know the passion sometimes turns into a little bit more than that when you don't get what you want. And so what I would encourage you to know that if the commission works, we have to deal with federal regulations, we have to deal with state regulations, we have to deal with user groups for what you want, and then we have to deal with general public. So the Falconer Association, which is passionate and has got great rules, that's not the beginning and the end of this process. And I think when you came to us, y'all were not happy with the current rules that were going on in the state. Is that correct? So we spent several months working with the TWRA to get to this point. And clearly you're not all the way happy with what it is today, but is it slightly better than it was when you came to us the first day? It's worse. It's better.
It's worse.
Okay. So y'all think we've taken a step back from the rules that were in place when we got there?
Regulations were added back into what we
Okay.
and what we discussed that are more restrictive than even the regulations
Okay.
that we currently have.
I got you. But the point is, there's been a process where you have had conversations with TWRA, you've worked with legal counsel, you all have submitted your morning rules. I'm not taking questions, but thank you. Okay. But what I want you to understand as a association group, y'all don't write the regulations. And y'all may think they're great. And clearly you do. And that's a great starting point for us. But that's not the end of it. That's not the beginning of it. Well, it is the beginning, but it's not the end. Like I said, we have to deal with federal, state, and with the commission and the TWRA and the general public. I don't think there's anybody up here that questions your passion. I don't think anybody up here that questions that the sport is amazing. I don't think anybody questions your intent. And so what I would ask of you and the association is don't question our intent, because we're just as passionate about TWRA as you are about your sport. So with that, I mean, I support kind of moving this to August.
But as we have these conversations and keep talking, I'm not going to question anybody's passion in here, and I would appreciate if you don't question my passion for what I want best for the state of Tennessee.
Thank you, Commissioner Saltman. Any other comments or questions from the commissioner? Commissioner Butt.
Make sure I had the right button. My first introduction to falconry was back in 1900. None of your business, when I was at a boat show in Nashville and I don't even remember, it was on the fairgrounds, and it was amazing display of discipline and presentations of the bird, and not just an owl, but a hawk and a falcon. And so I've kind of always appreciated the discipline and the passion that's put into training those animals. It's several of us maybe sitting up here have similar passions for training dogs and working with them. So I appreciate each and every one of you willing to take your time to travel that you made here, and it's much appreciated from my standpoint as a commissioner. My hope is that we can, working with the agency and with management, we can get it right for both parties, that we can understand the differences. If we need to go to legislation and get changes to help with the situation or everybody, then I think maybe not just the next meeting, but it may take more time than that. But it's my hope that addressing what Commissioner Saltzman said, as well as your passion and what you'd like to see, that we can just get it right. So, hey, thank you for being here.
Any other? Jimmy. Commissioner Granberry.
Yeah, I won't reiterate, but I think you heard from Commissioner Wright, Saltzman, and Butt that we take this job very seriously, and what goes on. I think it got kind of lost in the shuffle of where we are now, and I'd ask General Counsel Grimes if you would reiterate what you said in the very beginning about the process moving forward, just so we understand that we're working very diligently with this group and our group to try to get this right, as noted by Commissioner Butt about the passion on both sides of the equation. And, not always do we all get it our way, but I think Corey, General Counsel Grimes said in the beginning, I think it's kind of gotten lost with all the public comments about the process moving forward. And we're going to work very diligently to get it right for all sides, because it's not always a one-way street. So thank you. So Tori, would you comment, kind of reiterate what you said in the beginning?
Sure. And it might be best to go back to just really kind of how this process started. So legally, to start a rulemaking process, the agency has to file a notice of rulemaking hearing with a proposed rule. That sets the scope. It doesn't necessarily mean that's the entirety of the rule. It doesn't necessarily mean it cannot change. I think this situation, admittedly on myself and Mr. Ware, is that we promised a meeting and we wanted to have that meeting. May was a tough month for us, so we didn't get to have that meeting until June 14th, I think was the date. And we did have a group here. I thought it was a very productive meeting. I think that what I learned this morning and from talking to Dr. Jones initially is we did add back some language from what was proposed by the Falconers Association. And I think it's fair and appropriate that we give them an opportunity to come in and explain why, quite frankly, on the education permit side of what we propose, Dr. Jones, I think he's exactly right. We conflicted, and I'll take that ownership there, is that we conflicted the education part, and it needs to be spelled out better. And that's just the first one we've talked about. I think he has other points that we want to talk about, and I'd like the opportunity to continue to engage with the TFA. I know the comment period is over at this point, the public comment period, but I think that we can still have these discussions with the TFA, just because obviously I can't meet with every single falconer, but the TFA seems the likely source of additional information for us to continue to get there. So my goal would be, when we come in August, we can either either resolve or give you the points of disagreement. That way you all can make the policy decision one way or another. Because I think that's the biggest thing that we need to get to here. What's the law say? The federal law? What are the state law problems with adopting the federal law? And what's just flat policy preference decisions that's your all's decision?
Thank you, Tori. I think that's important to spell that out as we move forward, because there's a lot of work to be done in the next 60 to 90 days. Thank you, Tori.
Commissioner Cox.
Yeah, I think your sport is just as cool as it can be. I've not ever been. I've seen it on sports shows on television. I think it's a very cool sport. This is a typical process where you go back and forth. What disturbs me is that I hear a lot of lack of trust, and I understand that. I'm sorry we're where we are and how it got started and what caused the distrust. My hope is that when we get finished with this process, that you will restore your faith in us and in the TWRA, whether some of the mistrust is earned or unearned. Because I think when you talk about government, a lot of people just say, well, I don't trust the government. That's not fair. If there's something going on that has caused that, I'm sorry about that. And hopefully we can earn that back and be a good partnership. But I think your sport's very cool, and I hope we get it where everybody's unhappy, and we must have a good agreement then. So thank you.
Any other commissioners? So I will say this. Oh, please.
Can we have the chance to respond when you're done?
Yeah, when I'm done, you can. So I will say this. This is part of the process, public hearing. And sometimes it comes to this before the commission can make a good educated decision. So, and no rule will ever go into place without public comment. That's the stopgap of that rule going into place. So each and every one of your voices has been heard today. We thank you for taking time out of your busy schedules. We do. And we thank you for coming. All right, Ms. Dunn. Lamar, I'm sorry.
Yes, thank you. Once again, Holly Lamar, Nashville, Tennessee. First of all, thank you guys. I did, during my uncomfortable speech, see some faces that were really listening, and I really appreciate the comments. To Mr. Saltzman, I would say that if you want to hand me a check for $50,000, I can give you all the legal. I can tell you that you don't have to judge what I say or whatever, but I had the best wildlife experts in the country assess federal, state law. I think I know about as much as anybody now on rules, promulgations, statutes, federal law, etc. And I can tell you, Commissioner Butt, I really appreciate what you said. There are some serious issues at the statute level that need to be addressed, but I'm going to have the right to judge you unless you want to give me 50 grand, because that's what I had to spend over a misinterpretation. And if you want to know about Mr. Cox, I really appreciate Commissioner Cox, what you said. You can fire Captain Rusty Bowles.
All right. One more, then we're going to close public comment because everyone's been up here a couple of times.
Yeah. Like I said, I respect you all. We appreciate you all. On behalf of TFA and the secretary, we want a relationship with TWRA. That is our goal. We want a relationship with you all. I didn't want to get up here and say what I said today, but I felt like if I didn't, I would regret it. I don't want to have regrets in my life. So I appreciate every single person sitting in this room for being here today and hearing us. And it comes from the bottom of, I promise you, I appreciate you all very much. And that is our goal, is to have a relationship, TWRA, TFWC, everybody. Thank you all very much. Appreciate you.
Thank you. So Tori, no action required on this rule.
No, Chairman. We'll bring it back in
All right.
August.
So let's move to the rule number 7.
So rule number 7 is the changes to the live wildlife rule. And let me get my notes presentation. So first and foremost, if anybody's in the room about macaques, I did try to call the few of you that I did know and had contact information for. The agency is no longer recommending a change to macaques at this time. I do have a couple slides to really so that people understand where the agency was coming from. While we're not recommending a change to macaques, the concerns generally are related to zoonotic disease transmission. Again, it's a fact that 80% of macaques are asymptomatic carriers. Association of Zoos and Aquariums do not support personal possession of non-human primates, and that's certainly a larger pool than macaques. And that is not what I meant to do. So, did I do that? Sorry about that. Apologize, y'all. Somebody is moving the mouse. Okay.
I'm taking it over.
You can put it back up there. I really need that slide because I can't get to I don't know where my notes are. I think I said the Association of Zoos and Aquariums does not support personal possession of non-human primates. And then half of all states in the union have enacted either genus specific or just entire bans on personal ownership of non-human primates. That's where we're coming from in at least broaching this discussion. But right now, given some of the public comment we've seen, we are tabling and not making that recommendation right this time. So the changes to the rule that you've all seen is places in rule the statutory language that a propagation permit is required for all Class 2 animals. That is, we put it in there for clarity because that is actually statutory language. Allows Class 2 permit holders the authority to name a proxy buyer, which will be limited to the date and location of a potential transaction. That was an issue that came up after the rule filing. I don't think anybody would have any objection to that. That seems a fair approach. While always being the standard, places in rule the language that an exhibitor's permit is required when exhibiting a Class 2 captive pet native wildlife when charging a fee. Places in rule the long-standing norm that no fee may be charged when exhibiting wild-caught Class 2 native wildlife. Requires that propagated wildlife that requires a Class 2 possession permit shall be microchipped or tattooed within 30 days of taking possession. And I'll cover the public comment on this at the very end because once macaques is off the table, there's only 2 public comments that we've received. As a temporary exhibitor exhibiting Class 1 wildlife, provide a diagram of the exhibit layout, including measurements. It just helps staff to manage this. I think the statute, that is in addition to the statutory requirement. And then the remaining sections have been numbered accordingly. The classes of wildlife, the agency, with the consent of the Department of Agriculture's commissioner, we do propose moving the brown hyena, the spotted hyena, and the striped hyena to Class 1. And then also to Class 1, the Komodo dragon. Note that it is misclassified, was originally misclassified in the rule filing as an amphibian. And I say that's why you don't have lawyers writing this kind of thing. I got a C in biology, y'all, just for the record. So moving from Class 1 to Class 3 and then comparatively Class 1 to 2 would be the species of rear-fanged poisonous snakes. Those have been in the pet trade for years and years and years, but technically they are Class 1 in a lot of circumstances. So this actually codifies what's actually happening. It actually moves to rule what's actually happening. I'll make that clear. So the classes of wildlife, we propose adding the statutory definition of native wildlife, as there has been confusion on that front. And that may be a point of further discussion. To delete from the filing native and passage raptors, and that actually was something that Dr. Jones and I spoke about a couple of weeks ago. So we are deleting that because I think that breeds more confusion. And we really do want to try to avoid confusion as best as possible. So We do propose deleting that section from what was proposed. There was a typo in the language by me that said that avian species not otherwise listed in caimans and gavials. Caimans and gavials are by legislation, they were class 1, but some years ago, the agency and the commission moved those to class 3. And we did not intend to really touch that at all. So what we had tried to do with the classes of wildlife is we wanted to place the classes that are species that are defined in statute already, and then the rules supplemented. We're trying to really just get it all in one place. That's one of the complaints that we got is it's difficult to go to the statute and then go back to the rule and reconcile the two. So that was the ultimate goal of what we're proposing here. And Dr. Josh, his last name's escaping me, from Tennessee Tech, pointed out that for time immemorial, we have been misspelling the scientific name for the African clawed frog. I've corrected that. Facilities section of the rule adds language to exhibitors' permits that are not valid until inspected and approved, and requires a permit and approved inspection to be on hand during the exhibit while on the boundary of the state. Makes a clarification that a mobile and temporary facility is one and the same, and adds statutory language to mobile and temporary facility that exhibits poisonous animals. That's supposed to be anti-venom and not anti-venom, because that is what the statute requires for each species possessed. And special provisions, I think this is the last one, deletes redundant and onerous language related to class 3 permitting. That was in rule it's been in rule a long time, and it's something that I think the agencies, I think it's probably impossible to enforce that. So we propose just striking that from the rule. We add language that relative to rehab facility permits that require a basic rehab course offered by the National Wildlife Rehabilitators Association or the International Wildlife Rehabilitators Council. I'm told that this is something that's already happening. Relative to rehab facilities, as best practice language relative to biosafety, biosecurity protocols, and relative to the rehab of releasable wildlife, makes a clarification relative to the types of human contact requirements, which require minimum human contact. And then finally, the rule sets forth the longest term possible on rehab wildlife that will be likely released prior to the term that we're establishing. So what's in the rule is the extreme end of the term. Obviously, the rehabilitator is the one that makes that decision. And it does remove white-tailed deer rehabilitation provisions because for several years now, those have been inconsistent with the CWD management plan. And then it does add language that the permitted educators conduct a minimum of 12 events per calendar year for non-releasable wildlife. I'm told that's a very low bar. So with that said, any questions of me, I will certainly probably have to ask for help. So that said, we move passage pending commissioner questions.
All right, members of the commission, are there any questions or comments relative to the new proposed rule? Hearing none. Any comments from the public? You again. Come on up.
I very much hate to say this, but I'm going to recommend that this be tabled along with the rapture rule, and the reason being that there are some definitions in this. There are some things that have to do with class 2 wildlife that, if passed, would severely affect the federal education permit. For example, there's some definitions. I'll be honest, I've been so busy with the Falconry one that I haven't been able to properly assess this one, but they're trying to add some definitions for exhibitor and requiring us to have a license. But if you have an exhibitor license, as it was stating, you cannot engage in the purchase or sale of any class 2 wildlife, which essentially would mean that I can't buy or sell any indigenous falconry bird or bird that's on my federal education permit, and I would have to appoint a proxy, which means it ain't going to happen. So that basically makes my federal falconry education permit, and I believe there's another holder of that permit in this room, and it's a very important part. It severely affects that. I haven't even had a chance to actually look at that. So if passed, I won't even be able to buy or sell birds for my federal permit, and that's I won't be able to appoint a proxy for that. So this is it just doesn't even consider those aspects of things, and they need to be considered. And there may be some other things in that with propagation as well, for class 2 propagation, affecting raptors. So I don't know what the effects of passing this rule right now are going to be on us.
Thank you. Council Grimes, would you like to respond to that?
I think there's some misunderstanding there. My understanding is class 1 exhibitors who propagate, of course, must have the propagation permit. Class 2, there are no restrictions unless they're also propagating. So I don't think, at least, the intent of this rule, while it may spill over, and that's something that we should discuss relative to raptors, there's nothing in this rule that we're directly addressing to raptor ownership necessarily, if that makes sense at all. I'm going to have some comment from Deputy Director, because I don't know that I can answer specifically about the exhibitor questions that she had. I do have them in the record that we can address them later, but I've got to go do homework on that.
I mean, if you're not going to require us to get an exhibitor permit, then there's no problem. But if you're going to require us to get an exhibitor permit and then say we can't, and that law says we can't buy and sell, then that just negates our my entire profession.
I think that comment is well taken. If you would send me an email articulating that point, I'm going to put it in the file, because I think that's something that we need to be certain of.
Right, and therefore, I'm recommending we table this until it can be certain. There's a lack of understanding here.
I defer to the agency.
Can we amend this to exclude raptors? Just add exclude.
You could, you can do anything you want to with the rule. Relative to her point, if something related to the raptor rule comes about, we probably should use notwithstanding language in that rule. Notwithstanding any other rules to the contrary, this is the standard for raptors.
In the raptor rule.
In the raptor rule, especially because there are some cases in which there is overlap between federal CFR and that sprinkles, and not just this rule, I mean multiple rules within the agency. So given that this rule addresses a broader segment of the wildlife population, we do recommend you go forward with this rule as it is now, but it's fair to ensure what the answer is and use notwithstanding language in the drafting of the raptor rule.
Questions?
I've got one. Council, is this particular rule, is it in a hurry? Do we have to have it now? I mean, what are we in a hurry to do this right now?
I don't think so.
I mean, I think in the spirit of trying to get it right.
Sure, that's fair.
I think we should table it. Let's get it right. We can't answer her question. We're not sure what the deputy director's got to say. You can't for certainly tell her. So let's just table it and get it right in the August meeting.
That's fair. So the motion would be to continue this, and let's do it all in August.
Yeah, that would be my suggestion.
I do recommend the chairman take whatever public comment, because we've received a lot of public comment. 98% of it is about macaques, but there are a couple points of worthwhile consideration.
All right. Public comment. You had your hand up first. So.
Mr. Chairman, I don't understand, Mr. Brown's way to have.
Could you come?
I'm not sure. My name is Dan McCarron from Sequatchie County, Dunlap. why did you have Komodo dragons? They're a CITES, endangered species. It's not legal to keep them privately anywhere in the country.
We proposed moving them to class 1 because
Zoos.
there was a potential incident that we cannot discuss, and it was appropriate to move it in class 1. That's why we're doing that.
Because I wasn't sure. They've been taboo. They've been untouchable for decades. Yeah.
Yes, indeed, you are correct.
Excuse me.
Thank you. Any more? Let's let him go first if you don't care. He asked first. Thank you.
Mike Frazier from Bobby, Tennessee. My problems with this ruling on class 2 animals is one, I'm a breeding facility. I breed captive wildlife. One of the first things in this rule that is not going to work is the class 2 animals. Under the new rule, it says they got to be microchipped or tattooed within 30 days. Okay, even the ZAA and all your wildlife vets have said this is just a death sentence. I don't know how many of you have seen a 8-week-old raccoon, a 8-week-old, or the 30-day-old chipmunk. The microchips are literally bigger than your animals are at 30 days. We don't even vaccinate these animals till they're 8 to 10 weeks old, because the vaccine alone will stress them and kill them. So they're vaccinated at 8 to 10 weeks. This 30-day rule, the tattoo gun to tattoo their lip is literally bigger than their entire body. So there is no way that you can physically do this. And this is just, I understand the tracking that they're trying to do there, but the mechanisms of saying in 30 days you have to tattoo that or microchip that, the needle is bigger than the animal is. My second concern is propagation permits has always been a permit that is giving you possession to propagate. Under these new rules, they're trying to double and triple permit us on everything. They're trying to make us also buy a possession permit, which our propagation already covered. And it actually says black and white right here that if you possess class 2 wildlife, okay, I've got a lot of customers that possesses one single animal. A bunch of them's in the room today. They have one fox, one raccoon, one is a pet. They're not breeders. These are their personal pets. Most of these animals are fixed as babies. That makes them better pets. Okay, this new rule in black and white right here says they're going to have a $305 propagation license on top of their $31 permit. Okay, you can't propagate with one animal that's fixed. It don't propagate, it don't breed. That is not going to happen. So why are we, and it's just a money grab. And it even goes further, because when I bring anything, when we have new buyers, anything from anyone, I have to supply their USDA license. Captain Bowles has to look over it. He has to approve their USDA license before we can buy. They have to be federally licensed. That's the only way you can be a legal propagator, is to be federally licensed. Yet Captain Bowles has sold propagation license to people all over the state of Tennessee right now that have never had a USDA license. He refuses to check their license. He says, I don't work for USDA. I don't collect their license fee. It's about his money. It's not about theirs, but it is not legal for them to have this license. So they are out here selling animals and are not even legal to be propagating to sell these animals, because we didn't first check their USDA license to make sure they is even legal to have this propagation license. And this is happening all over the state now. And he was actually at my show June 10th and 11th. And he started going over all this stuff with me. And I started trying to explain to him, look, this is why this stuff's not going to work. You know, we're giving propagation license to people that are not even legal to have it, you know, and the microchip. And he said, are you going to argue with me, or are you just going to listen to me? Because it's going to be in effect September 1st, whether you like it or whether you don't, which I later found out from my state representative is not going to happen, because it doesn't work that way. But that was what I was told at my show. And we explained to him, look, you know, we've got 3,000 people here. Now it's not the time. We don't have our notes in front of us. And that's how the conversation proceeded. But my concern is, like I said, with this microchip and stuff, there's no way that you can do this on this wildlife at 30 days and not kill the animal. And then all this double and triple propagating for extra money on these permits. This has never been the rules. This is all new and written in. And then where we go in here too, on this class 2, where it's defining the class 2, they added all this new stuff in the green on your red line right here. and it's saying anything that's expected to survive in the wild, which means, you know, if it gets loose, it can survive in the wild in Tennessee. Okay, go to any zoo in the state of Tennessee. If it's in that zoo, it can survive in Tennessee, or it wouldn't be in that zoo. So are we saying now that class 2 animals are going to be all your tigers and everything else? Because if that's the case, I own Canadian lynx, Eurasian lynx, Carpathian lynx. None of those are captive. They're all captive raised, but none of those are native to even the United States, let alone Tennessee. But if they got loose, they could live. So how are we going to define what class 2 even is under this type of ruling and this kind of, it's so vague. There is just no clarification whatsoever. And then on this exhibitor's permit, Mr. Grimes had said I wouldn't be part of that with my shows. And I'm trying to get the clarification on that because I charge a public admission. It costs $5 to come into my shows. Now, we do sell wildlife at these shows, and I have other vendors that sell other animals at these shows. But if this is the case, as an exhibitor, we have people come from all over the country to set up at these shows. They show up on Friday and set up. The show opens Saturday and Sunday. So there's no way that we can have people come in, inspect these shows, say they're good to go. And we've got people coming from California to come in to be vending these shows, and then them get here and then them say, oh, well, we don't like the show, so we're not giving a permit. And he was saying that they could write me a legal letter saying that it didn't apply to my show. But the thing is, with that being said, we do charge an admission. So, I mean, that's such a vague area to say that this exhibitor permit is going to be required for anybody that is exhibiting wildlife. Well, if you come in there at my show last week, I had bobcats, coyotes, whatever you wanted to see right there. Even though we were selling them, they were also on exhibit, and you did have to pay to get in. And so with this kind of gray area and these rule changes are just not aligned with themselves, and nobody can explain them at all. I mean, when I ask, nobody can give a clear answer. It's always, I've got to check with this one, I've got to check with that one. And so we're left in these gray areas. And then when it becomes laws, then we're trapped in the middle and can't do anything about it. And so that's my concern with this. And the rear fang venomous, that's another thing. Hognose snakes. Hognose snakes are a rear fang snake, completely harmless to humans, but they're still considered mildly venomous, like getting stung by a wasp. Okay, so with this vague writing, are they going to be added to that? Because they're huge in the pet trade, and we actually had several of them at our show. And you were alluding to the caimans. So are the caimans going to be class 3 now, or are they going to go to class 1? Because we had caimans at our show as well, and they've always been excluded as a class 3 animal. We've always been, caimans are class 3. We don't have to have permits for those. You have no idea even how many of them they are in the state of Tennessee because they've never been regulated. And I know a lot of people that's got them. So when you move this immediately to class 1, the people that's got them, they don't even know they've been moved. They don't know they got anything illegal. They don't know anything about it.
Mr. Chairman, can I address some of his points there?
Sure.
Okay. The injurious concern was raised by one more commenter. I think that's probably well taken. I appreciate that comment. Your points relative to possession and propagation, those are defined in statute, which is this commission doesn't have authority to change statute. So the language that you're referencing in the rule is direct statutory language. Now, certainly it's fair for us to try to give better clarity to that when we use statutory language, but it is in statute. The caimans issue, caimans were created as they were class 1 by act of law many, many years ago. And then several years later, the agency moved them to class 3. They are still class 3, and there's no intent right now to move them to class 1. So that's not an issue.
Okay. And the hognose as well. Like I said,
the hognose is one of the ones that we're moving out of 1 because technically by definition, it's in 1. So we're moving it to 2 or 3 as appropriate if it's native or not native. So that should not affect the trade at all.
Okay, so, and on the permitting, let me clarify again. So you're saying the permit that I've always had, what's always been in effect is what I still need to have, a propagation permit to run my facility. And I don't also have to go buy a possession permit and all these other permits that you have in red lines on here.
The way the statute reads, a facility is the propagating. So the statute requires the inspection and the permitting for a propagation facility, but then the statute also requires a possession permit. That's in the law.
Okay, I'd like to see that because it's in the new red line as a change right here.
Be glad to send you the TCA.
Because but it said, and also right here, it also says a propagation permit is required for all class 2 animals, which again goes right back to my people with one single personal pet. I mean, that's your red lines, not mine. I'm going right off of your laws.
It's and the reason why that's in there is because that is the exact language from the TC code.
Okay. You all have the red lines, right? This is all going to be under 1660-01 18-02 permits. Like I said, there's so much in here that's not aligning and so much confusion and little explanation.
Well, I think we've already agreed, if I remember right, to table this. So we'll get some more clarification on that during that time period. All right?
Okay.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Michael Jones, a resident of Knoxville, and I come in peace. Thank you. I wanted to address maybe some ambiguity that the organization that I work with is experiencing. We provide rehabilitation efforts as well as educational efforts within the Dollywood Park. And we have a group of ambassador birds that are not native to Tennessee. They would be considered class 3. There's some ambiguity early on that perhaps when that they were grandfathered in, but if these birds die, Harris hawks, caracara, some other non-native species of Tennessee, that we would not be able to replace them. They are a huge part of the educational shows that we provide, not only within Dollywood and outside of Dollywood. And I'm hoping maybe there can be some clarification that would allow us to replace those ambassadors once they're gone. Would love to get a harpy. You might see me cry if I get a harpy eagle, bearded vulture, and all these other king vultures, Egyptian vultures that provide incredible educational opportunities. And I just want maybe some wording or clarification that will allow us to replace those and obtain some more class 3 species for our educational programs. We had Indian condors. They actually were shipped back to Colombia. And 2 of them went to the zoo. 2 of them actually were released back into the wild. So fantastic bird to work with. But if we could address that, maybe. We were told that we couldn't replace them. So I just want to make sure there's wording. That wording was not in there, but it's what we were told. So I want to make sure that wording maybe is available so that we can replace these species. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Excellent comment. And yes, please come to the podium and state your name.
Jean Baxter out of Cannon County. I'm not a public speaker. I didn't expect to speak. Thank you, Michael. I'm one of those people that read the rules and thought I had to have a ownership license and a propagation license. I sent in the fees and all the paperwork. TWRA sent me my ownership license fee back and said I did not have to have it. So there is some unintended consequences in this. And I truly appreciate your comment about we need to get it straight before it goes through, because I read the new rules and I'm thoroughly confused. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. So anyone, yes, come please.
Michaela from Shelby County, Memphis. Just very simple wording back to the poisonous versus venomous. I just think it's important for the public to know the difference. And I think that the way y'all use it in the law here is not accurate.
Can I address that, Mr. Chairman?
Sure.
Your point is absolutely well taken, and so many professors have sent me that. The reason why we use that language is because that's the language that our General Assembly decided to use in the code. And I get it. Plants are poisonous, animals are venomous. I get it.
Well, some animals are venomous.
But
when you're talking about
well taken. Well taken. Well taken.
Anyone else?
I hate public
speaking, but just to address Mr. Cox, and Mr. Wright, I've spoken to both of you. As far as working with TWRA, I've been called on numerous accounts to assist my local TWRA officers with raptor problems. Whether they be caught in the building, trapped, whatever. And I look forward to working with TWRA. But I mean, you know, and I appreciate all y'all looking out for us.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, real quick.
The possession permit stuff here. Okay, we've been a propagator for quite some time. Okay, and we've bought the same license under Walter Cook. We've bought the same license under Rusty Boyles. We've never been required to have these double and triple permits that are redlined in here. We've never had to.
Anyone else?
Crystal Fraser Farms and Bobby. I want to speak a little bit about the USDA side of this. You know, we want to say that it's the statutes that, you know, we're just doing clarifications and that sort of thing. Not only are we Tennessee propagators, we are USDA federally licensed as well. And the Tennessee statute clearly says, even on the application, that you must have those same federal USDA for certain animals. If I'm not incorrect, you all have federal licensures as falconers. So I think as we look and we're tabling this, we need to look at what we're doing and actually abiding by the complete statute and not picking and choosing what we do. This is a USDA rule book. I'm held accountable, and a lot of it's open for interpretation, which is not a good thing. That is not a good thing, but this is federal. So I think we really need to look at what we're doing now in the state of Tennessee as far as propagating and look a little deeper into what those statutes are and fulfilling them completely. Thank you.
Thank you. So anyone else? One more. Come on up.
Hi.
Hello.
Teresa Monday. I am really confused about the whole permit thing. I have 3 foxes. I have 3 babies. And all of them, as a responsible pet owner, I have had fixed. So there's nothing propagating on my farm. Nothing. So am I still going to have that permit?
I probably did. Why would you have to have a permit?
Because that's what it says. That's what it says. I'm confused. I just want this cleared up before I drive back to Knoxville.
So is that in the existing rules or the rule we're,
It's in the red one.
yeah.
So is this tabled? Do I need to just sit down and shut up and wait until August?
I'm gonna give you my card. You send me an email with that exact question. I'm gonna make sure it's part of the comment and it will get addressed.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, we are.
It'll be line 2 under permits on the red line stuff.
Line 2. Okay. But what I'm asking is there's a rule for live wildlife now. Are we questioning what's in that rule now or what we're adding? Okay.
See, right now, she has a
All
$31
right.
possession permit.
That's good.
This, it would
Right.
be $336.
So we're tabling all of that. I just wanted to make sure we didn't need to go back and correct something on the existing rule. Thank you. Anybody else? Surely there's somebody.
I used to be a really joyful person that was excited to work with TWRA.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, so no more comment from the public, comment from the commission? No one? So Commissioner Granberry?
I believe we have a motion from Commissioner Salzman to continue this to August. Is that correct? Yeah. I'd like to second that motion And I'd like for doing that, Tori, could you spell out the process for comments between now and August for these folks to work with you?
On the live wildlife, yes, they can just continue to send comments to the public records box. We do, there's a lot of comments. So be concise, get your point across of what and speak specifically to the language of the rule. But you can do it for, I guess, until August is fine.
All right, thank you. So, sure.
As far as public comment goes, what was given to us was not what was presented today. So if we can have what it is, so we can actually comment on it, that would be great. Because we can't be concise if we don't have it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We'll make those changes and it'll be out on the website.
Yeah. Very good. Oh, so we have a second about tabling this rule. Commissioner Wright.
Just a question for council. Is it your recommendation we do not pass this at this time or vote on
Then we
this?
can continue it, I think is the terminology we want to use because we want to pick up where we left off at the next meeting.
And is that the motion to continue it to the next meeting?
So that will be the motion. The motion will be to continue Chapter 1660-01-18, Rules and Regulations of Live Wildlife, to the next commission meeting. Yeah, been seconded.
We just get a roll call.
So does this need a roll call?
No,
No.
this can be done
So-
with a voice vote.
All in favor? Continuation passes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that ends the commission business. The commission does need to go into executive session relative to a couple of matters that must remain confidential and not for public disclosure. So we'll only return to this room after that to close the meeting, and that's all. So in saying that, one last call out to anyone that would like to say anything before we leave here today.
Michael Spinello again. There's been some serious allegations of abuse in this meeting today, and I just want to make sure they're not ignored or swept under the rug. Is that going to be followed up on at all? Or I don't even know how it would be followed up on.
Well, this is a comment
Yeah.
section. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right. Okay.
So they're saying we're the ones. Anyone else? Monty, did you have something to mention?
No, sir. not at
Okay,
this time.
all right. Good.
I think the duck hunters left about an hour and a half ago.
Okay, good. So at this time, we're going into executive session and we'll only come into the room to close the meeting.
Research.
Am I going out too? Yep. Come with us.
We're here at Bellamy Cave Refuge in Montgomery County. And what we're going to do is we're going to catch the bats emerging from the cave using these harp traps here.
So the bats will actually fly in from one side and they'll actually attempt to avoid this first strand. Some can see it, some can echolocate these strands. And as they turn sideways, they'll try to attempt to fly to the other side. They'll hit these right here with their wings. They'll fall down.
Our typical methods we use to catch bats, like mist nets, it's not something we can use here because there's so many bats that exit this cave each night in summertime that we couldn't process the bats and get them out of the net quick enough, and that would do more harm than good. So we use the harp trap. We catch them safely. If we don't get them out in time, then they could actually roost inside the trap.
32.5.
And then we're going to weigh them.
It'll be a non-reproductive female.
Assess the reproductive nature of the bats, look for wing damage from white nose syndrome, and then put a band on them, which we can use to track the bats if they're ever recaptured in their life. We've been very fortunate here in Tennessee. We've got several projects where we work with threatened or endangered bats and get to chase them with our cars and contractor planes. And here we get to band them real quick. It's a lot of work in a short period of time, but it, over the course of a couple of years, the work pays off when we start seeing our bands popping up at various places across the range. Yep. We try to get as many people as possible. Since we're working with an endangered species, we can't hold them for very long. The longer you hold them, the more stress it puts on the animal. So we get as many people up here to get the animals captured out of the trap, in a bag, processed, and let go in as short a period as possible. We've actually been banding here for several years to try to get as many bands out. A colony this size, we can't capture every bat to band them. So we use this one night each year to get as many bands out as we can and hopefully track them through time. Basically, with the band recovery, we're getting a straight line recovery from where it was banded at to where it was recovered at. And at this site, a lot of these bats here get recaptured, or we recapture bats that use the Fort Campbell area. But we've also recovered bats from as far away as Shawnee National Forest in Illinois. And these bats have been recovered as far south as Fern Cave in Alabama. So we get a movement pattern across a very large part of the range of the species.
Female, juvenile, non-reproductive, 0.
There's both a maternity colony and a bachelor, so they segregate in the cave. The females will use a different section of the cave from the males, so we'll get a sex ratio of the actual colony. How many of them are the females have given birth this late in the year? They should have already given birth, so we'll be able to assess if they were pregnant or if they're lactating. Then we'll be able to see if there's any impacts potentially from white nose syndrome, since it is in this cave in the wintertime. Here at this site, we're hoping that we continue to see the positive results or positive things we've been seeing with gray bats. Gray bats have not had the declining numbers as with other species of cave bats in Tennessee. So by doing this, we can assess the wing damage, which tells us possibly if they're getting a pretty bad or significant infection in the wintertime from the fungus. So if we do this work, it gives us that snapshot. So we're hoping that we continue to see the good things we've seen here at Bellamy Cave. There's a lot of research going on with a lot of fungal communities that exist on different animal skins, particularly bats, because some species don't seem to be susceptible to white nose syndrome, and there's a possibility that it could be because of those bacteria and fungi that grow on the bat skin, and one of those species is gray bats, and hopefully we'll be able to fund some of that research in the future to see if possibly the fungi and bacteria grow on our bats is different than other bats, and possibly lead to some form of control or explain, at least at the very least, explain why the gray bats here aren't succumbing to white nose syndrome.
Next up, we go to the Buffalo River cleanup.
The event today is actually a partnership. It's a pretty unique experience between our agency and also Buffalo River Resort. They approached us a month or so ago wanting to promote boating safety, but then also to do something to protect our river.
Well, we thought it would be important as the season kicks off on the Buffalo River to really make sure that the river was cleaned up from the winter and the floods that happen in this area, and just pick up random trash and it gets deposited on the riverbanks. And so before all of our customers and honestly other people's customers are on the river, we thought it'd be a good thing to partner with the TWRA to do.
Well, I've got 37 and a half miles of the Buffalo River here in Perry County. I'm a little bit partial to it. We've got two main rivers, and that's the Tennessee River, which is more commonly called Kentucky Lake, and then the Buffalo River. And we've actually got slightly more Buffalo River than I do Tennessee River, but I'm very partial to this river. It's pristine, it's clear water, it's got a lot of smallmouth in it. It's got just infinite opportunities for people to canoe, kayak, paddleboard, swim. It's just, in my opinion, one of the few rivers that we have in western Middle Tennessee that's still got this clear, I guess, rustic, old Middle Tennessee feel to it.
The watersheds are so crucial with the urban sprawl in Tennessee especially, but to help preserve and enhance and to bring the younger generation, get them outside, get them away from these computers, away from these phones, let them experience nature. Who knows, there's river otter all throughout the place, you know, muskrats, all kinds of snakes and fish, and even pull over a shoal, pick up a little trash and let the kids throw rock in the water and find crawfish. You know, it's an awesome opportunity. I'm so glad not only for Buffalo River Resort to give us this opportunity, but also for the public to seize it and take advantage of it.
Rivers, ponds, creeks, streams, you name it. You know, most folks that litter, whatever they littered with, it actually weighed more when they brought it in than it did when they left it. So if you take it with you, you need to be able to bring it back out. And it's vitally important.
I've just noticed in my lifetime, areas that I'm now taking my son to, there's not necessarily the focus on maintaining the cleanliness and you know, the look of the different areas for generations to come.
And that's one of the top complaints that I get is it's not so much the canoers coming up and down the river, but it's the trash that they leave behind.
I think we can get this one more anyway.
When people litter, it really cuts off public access to places. Private landowners that would be prone to let some folks maybe put in a canoe or bank fish. When places start getting trashed up, that's the first thing that gets cut off is public access.
You know, last year was our record year. So if we had a record year, odds are, unfortunately, there's a record year of trash that was left unintentionally most of the time on the river.
It does get a lot of use, and it's grown in popularity, I believe, in the last few years with the number of canoe and kayak outfitters located up and down the river in Humphreys County, Perry County, Wayne County. And it's just that much more reason for our agency to do these education events, get the word out about the positive things that come from the Buffalo River, but also to help folks to be more cognizant of keeping their trash picked up, taking their litter with them. It's a small river, but it's a pristine river, and it can be trashed up very easily. It's a small river, but it's a very, very utilized river. And in order to stay pristine, people have to really, really be mindful of keeping their litter picked up.
Next up is a story about the striper brood collection.
We're out today on the Cumberland River. Every year the TWRA goes out and they get brood fish so that the hatchery can produce more fish. And today we're going to take a couple boats. We're going to run up toward Cordell Hull Dam, and we're going to watch the crew see how this is done and what they get.
What are those? So these are the arrays for the electrofishing electrodes. Essentially, this is the hot wire, and the boat serves as the ground, and it pushes electricity through the water.
What's a brood fish? That's the fish that's going to spawn and have a bunch of babies that the hatchery can raise and release back into the river.
This is striper broodstock fishing, and what we're doing?
Yeah, striper brood collection. Yeah, so we're at the just below Cordell Hull Dam, probably the uppermost part of Old Hickory Lake, I guess, on the Cumberland River. Caney Fork's not far away, and it's usually a good striper run this time of year.
Striper don't reproduce naturally? Is that the case?
They'll attempt to do that, and there's some cases in which they do, but these eggs have to be suspended for 48 hours. And so the river reaches aren't long enough for those eggs to stay suspended in that water. The water has to be moving. So that's pretty much what limits reproduction. So not far downstream, you get some calmer waters, and the eggs will settle to the bottom and suffocate. That was gizzard shad, wasn't it? That was gizzard shad. There's a lot of gizzard shad. Perfect size, too. We came through a bunch of gizzard shad. That's the best food for going out and trying to catch these fish. And just like clockwork, they chalked up a nice striper. Woo! Look at that. Yeah. Yeah, who picked this spot? We need more fish. You want to hold the paddlefish, Ashley? He's ready to go. They need to be generating a little bit or releasing some water. I think the water's still falling. Looks like it's still falling. So these fish are probably holed up somewhere. They've all bunched up.
It looks absolutely horrible, but those fish aren't hurt. They're just stunned.
It's not making them feel great right now, but you see way back there, they've already gone back down.
What I'm coming to understand is even though we have electricity in the water and we're shocking these fish up, it's still fishing. Right here, right here, right here, right here, right here.
There's two down there. A really good striper fishery below Cordell Hole Dam. The state record was caught from the upper end of Old Hickory, which is essentially where we're at. Well, what we do every year around this time, we'll collect brood fish, brood striped bass, so that we can take them back to the hatchery and spawn them and produce millions of eggs and hopefully millions of fry, which we will redistribute to the different hatcheries across the state, and then they'll grow them out and then stock them back into our state waters.
Woo, yeah! We've seen everything today. I think we even saw a sturgeon further upriver, paddlefish, striped bass, white bass, all kinds of shad.
Overall, it was a really interesting day to come out and see all those different types of fish. And we were successful. We got several good female stripers, and we could use a few more males, but I think we've got a good start.
White-tailed deer were a rare sight in Tennessee when the TWRA was founded in 1948. Today, we estimate our deer population at nearly 1.6 million. But they face a growing and significant threat, chronic wasting disease. Currently, there is no cure for CWD, and the disease is 100% fatal for the animal, which threatens both the health of our wildlife populations and the opportunities available for hunters. Management of CWD is complex and requires numerous long-term techniques to be applied, monitored, and adjusted over time, which is why TWRA is implementing a new 5-year CWD response and management plan. The plan includes 5 main overarching goals. Number 1, prevent the introduction or spread of CWD to new areas. Number 2, surveillance and monitoring to improve early detection of the disease and better track the number and location of cases. Number 3, activate management and responses to minimize the impacts of CWD where the disease has been detected and proactively respond to any new cases. Number 4, more research to optimize all of TWRA's CWD programs. And finally, number 5, outreach and communications to ensure the public and our hunters have the information they need about CWD. This new CWD response and management plan will serve as a guiding document for TWRA staff and ensure the best science is applied to our efforts to control the disease. And we want to have a whole of government approach. That's why we created this plan with the help of the Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation and the Tennessee Department of Agriculture, with additional input from a wide range of stakeholders over an 18-month process. Research on animal health diseases, including CWD, is constantly evolving, so the agency plans to remain flexible and adaptable in our response plans so white-tailed deer remain an important feature of Tennessee's landscape and culture. Our hunters have an important role in helping manage CWD, and we want to hear from you. The CWD Response and Management Plan will be available for public comment this winter, and the agency will host a public meeting for an in-person opportunity to discuss the plan with our biologists. Together, we can control the spread of CWD in Tennessee. For more information on CWD hunting regulations and incentives, visit cwdintennessee.com.
Here's a story that'll touch your heart. An eagle rescue and release.
And just like that, a bald eagle rescued from the Duck River a week ago is returned to the wild. It's a happy ending that took a community effort.
Well, me and my in-laws and my friend Brandon, we were out kayaking, and my mother-in-law saw the eagle, and we seen it. He was in the mud a little bit, so we picked him up, carried him to the shore best we could, and we put a towel over him, got him warmed up as best as we could. Wildlife came.
I've had these calls before, and this is the first time it was actually a bald eagle. Usually it turns out to be a hawk or a lesser raptor. No, I didn't expect it to be a real bald eagle. When I got here, it was drawn up. The talons were drawn up, and it wasn't using its talons. It was calm, docile, shaking. It wouldn't have made it through the night if they wouldn't have found it. I took it to Dr. Stimpson's house. He looked at it in his driveway, and I said, yeah, it looks pretty good. It's no broke bones, no blood coming out of it.
The biggest thing he wanted me to do was just evaluate and see if it was too far gone, and I told him I didn't think so. The legs felt fine, the wings felt fine, his eyes looked good. He just looked like he was weak and cold.
I mean, he was not trying to fight us. He didn't try to bite me. He was alert, but he was having a little trouble breathing. He was breathing harder. He was found in the river, so he was wet when Larry took him out of the river. And, he was very stressed, of course, and he didn't even want to stand up on his feet. He was down on his hocks, and he had his talons clenched, and he wouldn't really try to grab. That's not normal behavior for a bird. If you had one, they would be trying to actually bite you and trying to fight you. But he was pretty weak. And so I didn't know what we'd find on Sunday. I didn't know if he would actually make it overnight, but thankfully he did.
I think personal opinion, it would have died that night if Dr. Anderson wouldn't come in and hydrated it and got it going. And then we took it up to Walden's Puddle the next morning, and they took care of it the rest of the week and got it into flying.
We were actually very lucky with this bird. This bird was found to have shot in his x-rays, but we do believe that those are old injuries. So he's been shot at some point in his life, and he's recovered. Luckily, very tiny shot and in a very non-critical place in his wing, so it didn't affect his flight. What happened this time, we're not sure about, but he came to us very exhausted, slightly thin. It looked like he'd just been completely tired out. So for us, that's a little bit of an easier fix. We support them with fluids, and we support them with food and basic general supportive care. And he came back really, really nicely and uneventfully, which was nice.
There's a lot more eagles than there used to be, and that's really good. And you see them much more frequently if you look around and if you're in the right places. But it's still nice to see them.
I'm just very happy to be here to see it. I mean, it's a once in a lifetime.
But I have to say, anytime we can put an animal back, it's always special. An eagle is a great one because he's a symbol, and he's a symbol of our country.
No, it was great. It was great to see it flying as strong as it was flying too.
I'm glad that we get to see him, get him back flying up in the air. It's great to see that he made it. I'm hoping one day, he'll just fly down and nod his head or something. Be pretty cool.
Next up, youth dove hunt.
Well, we're here in College Grove, Tennessee. It's only 300 acres, but we usually have a great hunt. Typically, we plant and manipulate the wheat that's here. work goes in to this field starting in late July and all the way through the end of August to try to get and hold birds here. This year was wet, plus the hurricane that came through. Doves have small legs and they need bare ground. And one of the biggest things is to keep bare ground to keep the doves here. And you constantly got a disc, but you only can plant the wheat one time, so that's a challenge. So we try to manipulate the ground to try to give the hunters the best opportunity to harvest birds. Today we had close to 25 youths with their parents, and we had a good hunt, over 50 birds killed, and they shot between 6 o'clock and all the way up to 9 o'clock. So they burned a lot of powder today.
We got some gun cases, some dove decoys, some mojos. This is actually a dove tree. Okay.
We had the local officer here, Cody. He got with some local merchants and had a lot of door prizes, and all the youth here they got at least one prize, and they ate hot dogs and got T-shirts. So it was a great time.
Mapping the Caney.
Caney Fork originates quite a bit east and south of here, and of course is dammed at Rock Island and then is again dammed here at Center Hill. It originally was a smallmouth fishery, but of course when they came in and did the dam with the water coming into the Caney Fork, coming from below the thermocline, it therefore is a cold water fishery now. And so it has become a trout fishery rather than a smallmouth fishery.
Well, this is the water quality sensor. Goes off the back of the boat.
Well, I was made aware of the HDSS survey, the high definition stream survey techniques, a couple years ago in a fisheries meeting. And since then, I've talked to the gentleman that came up with that process and that survey technique several times, and we've tried to work it into TWRA sampling scheme and how we would use that on rivers and streams.
This is for the underwater video camera. So ultimately, this will have side scan sonar, GPS, multiple video cameras, water quality, and all of that's linked together, and everything will be logged in this box in the back of the kayak. So when you actually see us working today, it looks just like we're kayaking like everybody else here on the river. We turn on the equipment, it logs every second, and we're able to map both banks, the bottom, the water quality, the height of the water, depth.
This is essentially the equivalent of aerial photography for the terrestrial side of wildlife management. We've never had something like that for rivers and streams.
The whole point of this is we're going to be covering, I'm pretty sure it's 28 miles of Caney Fork. We're going to cover this in 2 days. Every meter, we're getting information every second from video, from side scan sonar, from water quality, from depth, 4 different GPS units, 4 different video cameras.
So this kind of opens up a lot of the things we can do in rivers and streams. In the past, all we've had is a topo map or an aerial image that shows the surface of the water. It doesn't show anything underneath the water. It's essentially the street maps. A lot of people use Google Maps for navigation and a lot of things. It's street maps for rivers and streams. This technique allows us to get what's underneath the water, what's in the water, as far as water quality, dissolved oxygen, pH. All this can be collected real time and then tied to a GPS point. So we can essentially collect thousands of points down the river and be able to look at those and compare them because the time period is very similar.
The basic idea behind mapping the river and Trout Unlimited, the Cumberland chapter in specific, is that it will give us an idea about what is evolving in this river, how the habitat is changing, areas of the river itself that need work. Perhaps there's bank erosion, or perhaps there's silt coming in from a feeder stream, or any number of things.
Where we're really interested in the HDSS survey on the Caney Fork is over time what happens to the fish habitat and the bank stability. We're going through a period at Center Hill Dam where they're doing construction on the dam to stop leakage at the dam. Then they're going to refurbish the generators. So they may be able to change their flow patterns there. And what we're interested in doing is is capturing a base level. This is the Caney Fork in July of 2016, and we'll have that data if we want to go back and look at the Caney Fork in July of 17 or 18 or 19 or even 2020. We'll be able to compare back to that baseline, and that would be river-wide from the dam to the confluence. This allows us to look at fish habitat all the way down the river. We can look at the riparian zone or the sides of the river, see what state those are in. Are they in good condition? Are they highly eroded? We can even tie it to our fish sampling. We can put a camera and a GPS on our sampling boats because we have similar GPS points all the way down the river instead of just localized spots where we sample or where we have access to sample like in years past. Trout Unlimited chapter in Tennessee has been a long-standing partner with TWRA on several different projects, but they picked up the majority of the cost of this project, and they look to benefit from this project in ways they can see the river as a whole from the dam to the confluence and pick out areas where they can do restoration projects or habitat enhancement projects. It'll also provide some mapping of fish habitat so they know where the best areas to wade or the best areas to fish from a drift boat may be. It'll allow us to do some flow models that will explain how much of the river is available to wading at low flows or how much is available to floating at one generator. There's a lot of different things that we can get out of this. We will have the data to make the maps for wadable areas, best fishing areas, and then also we'll be able to narrow down the 10 best spots to do restoration projects or the 10 best spots that we need to protect on the river. So it allows us to look at the whole river all at one time and make better management decisions.
Hi, I'm Tracy Lawrence, just letting you know that the Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency supports itself and manages all of the state's wildlife with the dollars invested by hunters and fishermen when they buy licenses. If you've never bought a license, but appreciate the abundant wildlife we enjoy in this state, I encourage you to do it. Start with the Type 01. It's a great investment in Tennessee wildlife. Learn more at tnwildlife.org.
Buy your license outdoorstennessee.com.
White-tailed deer were a rare sight in Tennessee when the TWRA was founded in 1948. Today, we estimate our deer population at nearly 1.6 million. But they face a growing and significant threat, chronic wasting disease. Currently, there is no cure for CWD, and the disease is 100% fatal for the animal, which threatens both the health of our wildlife populations and the opportunities available for hunters. Management of CWD is complex and requires numerous long-term techniques to be applied, monitored, and adjusted over time, which is why TWRA is implementing a new 5-year CWD response and management plan. The plan includes 5 main overarching goals. Number 1, prevent the introduction or spread of CWD to new areas. Number 2, surveillance and monitoring to improve early detection of the disease and better track the number and location of cases. Number 3, activate management and responses to minimize the impacts of CWD where the disease has been detected and proactively respond to any new cases. Number 4, more research to optimize all of TWRA's CWD programs. And finally, number 5, outreach and communications to ensure the public and our hunters have the information they need about CWD. This new CWD response and management plan will serve as a guiding document for TWRA staff and ensure the best science is applied to our efforts to control the disease. And we want to have a whole of government approach. That's why we created this plan with the help of the Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation and the Tennessee Department of Agriculture, with additional input from a wide range of stakeholders over an 18-month process. Research on animal health diseases, including CWD, is constantly evolving, so the agency plans to remain flexible and adaptable in our response plans so white-tailed deer remain an important feature of Tennessee's landscape and culture. Our hunters have an important role in helping manage CWD, and we want to hear from you. The CWD Response and Management Plan will be available for public comment this winter, and the agency will host a public meeting for an in-person opportunity to discuss the plan with our biologists. Together, we can control the spread of CWD in Tennessee. For more information on CWD hunting regulations and incentives, visit cwdintennessee.com.
Like overtime.
I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Aye.
Adjourn.
Shut her down.